Steer splits are now posted over by the penalty box for the 4-H show.
And ladies and gentlemen, we hope our first class of our lightweight steers are making your way to the hitching ring. We will be ready to go with split number 1 of our lightweight steer division, sponsored by the Fort Saskatchewan 4-H Beef Club, just as soon as our class makes its way to the hitching ring. Our judges are ready to go. I believe our staff are ready to go. And we're almost ready to commence with the first class of our 2025 JAS Classic Cattle Show, presented by UFA Agricultural Community Foundation. First class to the hitching ring, please. We do have our first class splits. That's Eric Maston, Bryn Burkhart, Lane Sawchuk, Jessica Edwards, Tyron Brennan, Caitlin Elsner, and Allison Huckaluck. If you could make your way to the hitching ring, please. We're ready for our first class of our lightweight steer division. This is split number 1 of 2. All those steers weighing 1,085 pounds to 1,160 pounds to the hitching ring, please. Once again, Eric Maston, Bryn Burkhart, Lane Sawchuk, Jessica Edwards, Tieran Brennan, Caitlin Elsner, and Allison Huckaluck. To the hitching ring, please. We're ready for our first split of lightweight steers. This would also mean that A.J. Harris, Gina Sobkow, Georgia Elsner, A.J. McGrath, Matthew Mears, Sarah Bowman, and Darla Sobkow need to be at the hitching ring next because our first class is making its way into the ring, our first class of 7, as we commence with our 2025 JAS Classic Cattle Show presented by UFA Agricultural Community Foundation. And with the gate closing on the 7th entry into the ring, judges, your class is complete. Evaluating our 4-H show today is Reese Wildman. She was an exhibitor right here at the Josephburg Egg Society Classic as recently as last year. Raised just south of Sangudo, Alberta, where her family owns and operates Toa Cattle Company, a 250 head purebred red and black Angus operation. Reese, along with her brothers, grew up spending their summers across Western Canada showing cattle and competing in junior events, including the annual Josephburg Egg Society Classic. Josephburg will always hold a special place in the Wildman family, as it was one of the first major junior shows they won a supreme title at way back in 2018. Reese is excited to be back at Josephburg in a slightly new role. Reese is currently attending Redlands Community College in El Reno, Oklahoma. She is studying agricultural education and is a member of the nationally ranked livestock judging team. We're very proud to have Reese evaluating our 4-H show this morning, joined by her mother. You will note virtually every time I talk about the JAS Classic Cattle Show, I will mention that it is presented by the UFA Agricultural Community Foundation, who is proud to stand by rural communities. They are here to provide the support they need to flourish. The UFA Foundation is here because you're here, working together for the future of agriculture. This is our first of 2 splits of our lightweight steers in a division sponsored by the Fort Saskatchewan 4-H Beef Club. They will be having their annual show and sale right here in the Moyer on Monday, so the setup will be ready for Fort Saskatchewan beef. I would imagine that perhaps some of those individuals are also part of the grad class who are providing the free pancake breakfast that is on for another 15 minutes. Those are the Ardrossan grads. If you want to head over for breakfast, our judge, Reese Wildman, will be determining the top 2 that advance from this class and go on to our lightweight steer division championship. And again, we would be asking that A.J. Harris, Gina Sobkow, Georgia Elsner, A.J. McGrath, Matthew Mears, Sarah Bowman, and Darla Sobkow please make your way to the hitching ring. Your class will be coming in next. Our official photographer is 7D Media. It appears that there is a staff working for 7D Media at the show this year. Of course, we're also very happy to have DLMS once again broadcasting our show around the world. Many thanks to Nikki Ross and the crew of DLMS for bringing our show to the world. And ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to have comments from our judge, Reese Wildman. I'm assuming the top two are unplaced, Reese, or are they placed? Placed. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Placings are done. Comments from Judge Reese Wildman.
Well, good morning, everybody. It certainly is a big honor to be here judging your guys' 4-H show and later on with the open show with Mom. Before we get started, I just want to say this show has been a yearly commitment for me and my brothers. I couldn't tell you the first year that we've been here, but it's been a lot, and it certainly is a full circle moment to be judging the last show in this barn before we move over to the new facilities. And thank you to Tatum and the whole crew for asking me to come out here to judge. I'm excited for a good day of cattle and a good day of good kids. My brothers and I, we had the opportunity to be on the halters of some pretty fancy show heifers growing up, but when we were in 4-H ourselves, our steers certainly looked like this, and I commend you kids because realistically the beef industry comes back to these cattle because these are the ones that make the dollars and the ones that make the beef. So I have a certain place in my heart for 4-H steers, but really good class to start, and the young lady comes with a Charolais influenced steer, overwhelming in terms of his top shape, and I like him for the stoutness through his hip. Furthermore, when she goes and parades that calf around the ring, he's the one who's the most comfortable and the most correct in his angles. Furthermore, get a hand on his carcass. He hits me the most impressive with his weight per day and the way that he's holding and the way that he's handling his muscle, especially over the top and in through his shoulder. Really complete calf to start off the day. Now, certainly, the young lady's calf in second is one that I think patterns up really well, comes so stout out of the backside of his hip and into his hind leg. Just one that I'd like to see him a little stouter on the ground, come better off the ground. He just wants to toe out a little bit. But I appreciate the spring ring that he has and how deep and soft-bodied his center portion is. Really nice calf to start as well. A more attractive steer that comes into third with the white calf. He's the one who's head up. He's extremely long, and I like the way that he carries his head, how he ties into so high into the top part of his shoulder. Just wish he was a little stronger through his top, and furthermore, just change the angle and the way that he handles his hind leg. But another one, get a hand on his carcass. He's expressive, incredibly over the top shape. Another nice calf. Now, certainly the calf with the best body type and who's the deepest through the lower portion of his body is the calf in fourth. He's one that I appreciate the balance of. I just wish he came with a little more substance off the ground. Furthermore, doesn't handle with quite the same quality. He's got a little extra fat on his carcass, so I'll leave him in fourth. Now, if you want to talk about attractiveness and bone and show steer qualities, that comes in the young lady's steer. He's one that's attractive through his front end. He's so sharp in the look to the far portion of his body. I like the shape to him as well, and he's the one who's super soft, big boned, just has a really cool outline. Just when I actually get a handle on him, his genuine muscle shape isn't quite as impressive as the steers that come before him. Two calves at the end of the line that just maybe need a little bit more time on feed. Doesn't come with the same expression and overwhelmingness as the calves that come in front of them, but still we got two young kids on the halter. Should be proud for getting into town all together. Good job, you guys. Excited for a good day.
And many thanks to Judge Reese Wildman, making her debut as a judge now at the JAS Classic Cattle Show, taking on, as she says, a slightly different role than she has had in the past. First place honors in our class number 1 goes to entry number 232. That's Jessica Edwards with the 1,132-pound Charolais steer, Stephen. We'll be seeing Jessica in our champion drive for the lightweight division, and she'll be joined by Bucko, the Charolais steer weighing 1,140 pounds from Caitlin Elsner, entry number 210. If you're marking a show program, entry number 230 places third, entry number 221 places fourth, entry 229 is seventh in class, entry 232 is first, that's our class winner, 231 is sixth, entry number 210 is second in class, and entry number 236 is fifth. Coming into the ring now, our next class of 7 steers, ranging in weight from 1,176 pounds to 1,247. So about a 70-pound difference from the lightest to the heaviest. As our judge, Reese Wildman, looks for the next two to make her lightweight champion steer division, which will be our next class. And Judge Wildman, your class is complete. Again, this class is sponsored by the Fort Saskatchewan 4-H Beef Club. Leading into our lightweight division championship, just a check on that. There is no lightweight division championship. We have 4 classes, 2 lightweight classes, 2 heavyweight classes, and then the top 2 will all come back into our Grand Champion Steer class, sponsored by the Fort Saskatchewan 4-H Beef Club and Donovan and Kim Moore. So folks, do recognize I misspoke. There is not a lightweight or a heavyweight division championship. There is just the Grand Champion Steer class. We do want to acknowledge Devin Kiziak and Lane Foster, who are being our ring staff for the day. Working out back as our marshals, we have Cole Dodson, Garrett McPherson, and Brock Mashmeyer. Our prize runner is Addison Appleman. And working our prize table again this year, Leah Appleman and Sean Yanchuk. And up here on the announcer stand is our show day clerks, Mel Fluker and Shelley Smith. Very happy to have them back once again. An outstanding staff group that our show coordinator, Tatum McPherson, puts together for one of the premier youth shows in the whole of the province. And as our top 2 pull into place in first and second, we're ready now with comments from Judge Reese Wildman.
Really solid calf to start the class. A black and white steer comes with so much head posture, so good in the angle to his front shoulder. And hey, that young lady can tell you how athletic he is on the move, because he gets out and he motors, but still so comfortable and flexible in his lower joint work. Really like the hip structure and how he hits down to his legs. Furthermore, step into handle, and he's the most expressive. He's the best in his coverage. Really complete steer. Excited to see him back. Nothing to take away from the calf in second, though. This young lady clearly knows how to feed that steer. He comes at us so balanced in his lower body work. Really like the way that he handles his hip and hind leg. Just in comparison, he isn't as overwhelming. I like to see him a little smoother in the way that he combines his shoulder into the rest of his body to make him more competitive with that first place steer. Really soft made, complete, and balanced steer that comes into third. I like the top line, and I like how he ties in together. Really appreciate how he comes into his tail head. And another one, maybe doesn't blow you away as he's the more moderate steer of the class, but get a handle on him, and this young man clearly knows how to feed that steer. He'll be ready to go for somebody's freezer. Now, arguably, the most attractive steer in the class comes in fourth. That red calf is so attractive through the front part of his neck. I love how high he ties into the top part of his shoulder. Just stepping behind him. He wants to get a little uncoordinated when we set him into motion. Throws his back legs a little bit. Furthermore, just isn't as quite impressive. And the shape to his upper rib as the steers that'll come ahead of him. Really complete calf, though. You should be proud of that one. Move further down the line, there's just a few more balanced issues. Some calves that I wish hit the surface with a little bit more bone. Still, some calves that when you get on them, you'll appreciate them. Good luck to these exhibitors going into your 4-H show. Still some really nice calves down through the further part of the line.
And many thanks, Judge Wildman. First place honors in this class goes to Darla Sobkow, entry number 215. Her Scimitar steer named Eugene, weighing 1,247 pounds, will be advancing to our Grand Champion Steer Drive. And Darla will be joined by Sarah Bowman with entry number 219 and Magma, the Angus Cross steer weighing 1,245 pounds. If you're marking a show program, entry number 223 places third. Entry 237 is fourth in class. 206 is fifth. Entry 220 is sixth in class. Entry 216 is seventh. Entry 219 is second in class and will be advancing to our championship. And so will entry number 215, who is our class winner, placing first. In our next class, again, 7 steers as we move into the first of 2 classes sponsored by Donovan and Kim Moore. And the first split of our heavyweight steer division. Our range in weight, 84 pounds, from 1,250 pounds to 1,334 pounds. So again, an 84-pound weight range from the first to the final steer into this class for Judge Reese Wildman. And with 7 coming into the ring, Judge, your class is complete. Everyone is present and accounted for. This is the third of our 4 splits of seniors. We will ask that our second split of the heavyweight steers please be moving towards the hitching ring. You'll be coming into the ring in about 5 minutes' time. And as we carry into the yearling heifer part of our 4-H show, those of you with junior yearling heifers, you should be thinking about having them pretty close to ready as well. Split number 1 is probably only about 15 to 20 minutes away. Once again, we want to thank Murray Skippen for stepping up and being the barn boss. He has acted in this capacity for a few years and keeps everything moving, keeps everyone informed, and plays a very pivotal role for our youth at the JAS Classic. Thanks to Murray Skippen. Paul Smith is our hotshot service. And our equipment operators, Keith Hull, Reed McPherson, Garrett McPherson, and the Strathcona County staff. Our weigh scale operator is Wayne Fluker. And working in the show office, along with Ardell McPherson, are Chelsea Mashmeyer and Robin McPherson. Many thanks to those folks. And we're ready now on our third class of steers, the first of our heavyweights, with comments from our judge. Here's Reese.
Well, the top trio in this class sure don't make things easy for me, and that's hard to say because these three all are probably the furthest thing from each other as you can get, but I'm going to go with the complete steer, and when you actually get these things off the ground and into the rail, I think he's going to be the most impressive. He's the one who automatically, as I was walking through these calves, kids, get a handle on that guy, and he blows me away. The shape that he has is so impressive, and I love how he comes through his hip, still remains so level and good, and the angles to his hip and hind leg, and still attractive enough for the front end of his skeleton. Now, there's show steers that are going to stand behind him, but that's the one who blows me away from a market perspective, so I'll use him to win. Now, Young Ladies Club Calf is going to make things hard for me, and when he walks in the ring, he's the kind of steer that you think automatically is going to be first, but I start breaking him down structurally, and I just wish he would be more level out of that hip. He wants to sickle that hind leg a little bit when we set him into motion, but still, he is the one who is so impressive in the shape to his head and neck. He's the one with so much substance and hair off the ground. Young lady, you've done a really good job with that guy. I just wish she had a little bit more pieces to be more complete like the one that's going to win the class. Young man steer in third. I really like the body type of this calf. Comes really attractive on the profile. He's so good in the center portion of his body, how deep he comes through his lower flank. Just when I actually get a handle on him, I wish he had a little bit more coverage to the front part of his skeleton. Furthermore, wants to get a little bit compact, like to lengthen him out, give him a little bit more spine, make him more competitive with the top two animals. Now, to be perfectly honest with you, the dark red calf also confused me a little bit, because get a handle on him, he's the firmest to the touch, he's the best over his rib, and he might be the one who blows you away the most in terms of muscle coverage, even though he isn't as impressive and as soft to the center portion of his body. But in a market class, I still think there's a good amount of value on a heavy muscled calf. Just when I study him on the profile, gets a little shallow, doesn't want to come through his flank as good as the other steers, so I'll leave him in fourth. Calves that round out the class, there's still a lot to be appreciated about them. Obviously, we're in the heavyweight division now, so I commend you kids on getting them to this weight. Just need a little bit more pieces to be more compact, better balanced, and overall just come together nicer to place any higher in the class.
Yeah, thanks very much, Judge Wildman. First place honors are Kylie Bellamy with Moose, the Hereford Scimitar Crosswing, 1,308 pounds. Entry number 222 will be advancing in the pole position on this third class. First of our heavyweight steers into our Grand Champion drive. And she'll be joined by Shelby Horn with Coco Bongo, the crossbred steer, entry 214, weighing 1,334 pounds. If you are marking a show program, entry number 233 places fifth in that class of steers. 228 is sixth. Entry number 227 is third. 225 places fourth. 222 is our class winner, placing first in class. Entry number 235 is seventh, and entry number 214 places second. Our next class into the ring, our final class of steers, the heavy of the heavyweights. Again, a class of 7, and folks, we have a almost 300-pound weight range on this class. First class into the ring weighing 1,340 pounds. Final steer into the ring weighing 1,638. And Judge Reese Wildman, your class is complete. We would be asking that our top 2 steers from each of our 3 preceding classes, that's entry number 232, Jessica Edwards, 210, Caitlin Elsner, 215, Darla Sobkow, 219, Sarah Bowman, 222, Kylie Bellamy, and 214, Shelby Horn. Please be at the hitching ring. The next class into the ring will be our Grand Champion Steer Drive, sponsored by the Fort Saskatchewan 4-H Beef Club and Donovan and Kim Moore. The class currently in the ring, the second of our 2 splits of heavyweight steers, also sponsored by Donovan and Kim Moore, which means that we'll be moving into our junior heifer division in just a few minutes' time. If you are in split number 1 of the junior heifers, please be thinking about getting to the hitching ring within the next 5 to 10 minutes. We will be spotlighting our sponsors per the divisions that they actually present. But just to give you a bit of a rundown, we do want to thank Rafter D4 Cattle Company, Strathcona County, Farm Credit Canada, the Josephburg Ag Society, Prairie Cove Charlet, Fountain Tire Fort Saskatchewan, our Dross and Reckon Ag Society, and HR Hahn Angus Hahn Meat Market. That's about a quarter of our sponsors, and our group of volunteers put together a great group of sponsors every year. We certainly appreciate their dedication and support for one of Alberta's most outstanding youth shows, the JAS Classic Cattle Show, presented by UFA Agricultural Community Foundation. Many thanks to our sponsors. And as first place pulls around, comments from our judge on her final class of steers before our championship.
Well, a young lady's heifer or steer that's at the start of the class, I mean, as soon as he walks in, he just blows me away. Talk about upper rib shape, talk about hip. Still, I think he's the heaviest steer that we've seen today, and still, he's a lead on the move. He's incredibly flexible and sound in his lower joint work. Just one, and he's still attractive enough in the front part of his skeleton. That's just a complete, really nice market steer. Good job to the young lady for getting this one ready. Black steer in second comes at us with so much center portion of body, incredibly expressive through the lower part of his rib. One that on the ground, sure, I'd like to have a little bit more substance. It gets a little fine bone, but still, get a handle on his carcass. Comes so expressive through the top side of his ribs. Just another really complete steer to slide into second. Now, certainly, the next decision was the hard one for me, but I'll side with the more attractive black steer to come into our third place spot. He comes and ties so tight out of the top side of his shoulder, one that when you move back on him, I love the expression, the barrel that he has to the center portion of his body. Still is flexible enough on the ground. Love the substance in the bone that he comes off the surface with. Just another complete steer. Now, certainly, I understand that the one who maybe looks more muscular and more expressive at the standstill is the young man's red calf. Just one I'd like to stretch out through the front portion of his body, wants to get a little straight to the angle of his shoulder and come a little bit forward into that knee. So I just like to set him back in that regard, but still a really nice calf that comes with so much expression, really nice on the handle as well. Now, certainly, the most attractive, up-headed, and clean-fronted steer comes into the fifth place hole with the roan calf, one that I like the hip structure of, just one that honestly I think it's a little nondescript in his muscle pattern, not as good in terms of over his rib, and wants to get a little round out of his hips, so I'll leave him there. Calves the calves to round off the class need a little bit more time on feed, just ones that I'd like to see a little bit more expression of, get a little flat-sided when he's stepping behind him. Still two really nice market calves for these young exhibitors. Really good job. I'm excited to go into the championship with those top two.
And thank you to our judge, Reese Wildman, for her comments on the fourth split of our steers. First place in this class and advancing right into our next class, the Grand Championship, is Tulsa Smith with Lucky, proving fortuitously named entry 217. The Simmental steer, weighing 1,638 pounds, is our class winner of our fourth and final split of steers. And also advancing is Casey Adams with her Angus steer Pumbaa, weighing 1,510 pounds, entry 224, also advancing to our championship in the second place position from this fourth split. If you are marking a show program, you can please put a sixth place beside 226. Entry 207 places fourth. Entry 205 is fifth in class. 212 is third. Entry 224 advances to our championship. Entry 209 is seventh. And entry 217 places first in class. And so as they come back into the ring, our top two from each of the preceding four classes, this is our Fort Saskatchewan 4-H Beef Club and Donovan and Kim Moore sponsored Grand Champion Steer Drive. Our contenders are first place in the first split, entry 232, Jessica Edwards with the 1,132-pound Charolais steer, Stephen. Second place in that class, weighing 1,140 pounds, is Bucko, the Charolais steer, entry 210, from Caitlin Elsner. Next into the ring is the Simmental steer Eugene from Darla Sobkow, entry 215, weighing 1,247 pounds. And in second place in that class, Magma, the Angus Cross steer from Sarah Bowman, entry 219, weighing 1,245. Winner of our third split comes in next. This is Moose, the Hereford Simmental Cross, weighing 1,308 pounds, from Kylie Bellamy, entry 222. And also coming from that third split, the first of our heavyweight classes, is Coco Bongo. He's wanting to head to the club rather than the show ring. The crossbred steer from Shelby Horn, weighing 1,334 pounds, entry number 214. And then our most recently declared class toppers, Lucky from Tulsa Smith, the Simmental steer, entry 217, weighing 1,638 pounds. And joining Lucky is Casey Adams with Pumbaa, entry number 224, weighing 1,510 pounds, the Angus steer. These are our top two from each of the preceding four classes. Our 2 lightweight classes sponsored by Fort Saskatchewan 4-H Beef. Our heavyweight classes sponsored by Donovan and Kim Moore. They are the sponsors also of our Grand Champion Steer Drive. Another quarter of our sponsors are Global Machine and Supply Incorporated, Willow Hills Animal Reboot, Crop Management Network, Ignite Oilfield Services, Foundation Equine, KR Charlet, RME at Camrose, and VBP Plus. Many thanks to the rest of our sponsors. Our next class into the ring will be our junior yearling heifer split 1 of our 4-H division. There will be a couple splits of the junior yearling heifers. We will be taking steer pictures, however, so we'll have a slight break. Our junior yearling heifer class, though, will be rolling into the ring in 5 to 10 minutes. The JAS Classic Cattle Show, presented by UFA Agricultural Community Foundation, has always done an incredible job of showcasing the outstanding young judges in Western Canada. They have brought forth some of the outstanding individuals that through their 4-H and youth show successes in judging, many of which have ended up judging on scholarships in the United States. We are continuing that tradition this year with Reese Wildman as our 4-H and open show judge along with her mother. Judge Wildman at this point looking for her Grand and Reserve Grand Champion steer. And would the following individuals please come to the prize table? We do have draw prizes for you. Max Burris, Gus Lefevre, Chase Lauren, Michael Richards, and Madison Elkow. Again, we have draw prizes for Gus Lefevre, Michael Richards, Chase Lauren, Madison Elkow, and Max Burris. Your awards will be awaiting you at the trophy table momentarily. Right now, they're at the announcer's stand. And we're ready now with our first set of Grand Champion comments from Judge Reese Wildman.
Well, I told Mom on the way up here that I thought that these 4-H calves were going to be the hardest for me to judge. And these kids certainly didn't make it easy for me. There's 4 different class winners, 4 different championship winners, but there's a winner in here that honestly, he blew me away in his show calf and market fundamentals. So, young lady with the heavy steer, you're going to be our champion. We're going to use the second place out of same class for reserve.
And so our heaviest of the heavyweight folks become our Grand and Reserve Grand Champions, sponsored by Fort Saskatchewan 4-H Beef Club and Donovan and Kim Moore. Congratulations, Tulsa Smith and Casey Adams. Entry number 217, Lucky, the Simmental steer weighing 1,638 pounds, is our 2025 Grand Champion steer of the JAS Classic Cattle Show, presented by UFA Agricultural Community Foundation. Our Reserve Grand Champion to Casey Adams. Entry 224, Pumbaa, the Angus steer weighing 1,510 pounds. That's a steer from the Stettler 4-H district as well as a steer from the Flagstaff 4-H district. I think one of them has had their achievement day already. The other one perhaps has not. Congratulations to Tulsa Smith and Casey Adams as they make their way to the shot box so that they can have their Grand and Reserve Grand Champion steers commemorated by 7D Media, our official show photographer of the JAS Classic. That's Tia Schramm and her crew are official photographers of the 2025 JAS Classic, presented by the UFA Agricultural Community Foundation. We move into a fresh pen of cattle, folks. for our next division, class number 6, coming into the ring in about 5 minutes' time, the first of 2 splits of our junior yearling heifers. Sponsor is Alberta Beef Producers Central Zone. Another quarter of our sponsors include Wolf Midstream, Wayne Building Products, Downhill Simmental, Rio Grande Angus, Fort Saskatchewan 4-H Beef Club, Reed's Custom Farming, ABP Central Zone, and the Lloydminster Pet Pad. We do want to provide a huge thank you to our setup crew that included a mix of the Fort Saskatchewan 4-H Beef Club members, the Josephburg Agricultural Society directors and their families, and Strathcona County employees. We much appreciate the efforts of these individuals. We do appreciate the work of our ringmen and marshals, Devin Kiziak and Lane Foster, our ring staff for today, and our marshals, Cole Dodson, Garrett McPherson, and Brock Mashmeyer. We know these folks will definitely be getting their 10,000 steps in today. I believe our pictures are done, so folks, we're ready to roll into the ring with our first split of junior yearling heifers. We're expecting 8 to be coming into the ring, born from the middle of March to the middle of May. Oh, there is one scratch. Please scratch entry number 240 from this first class, leaving us with 7 yearling heifers, born from the middle of March to the middle of April. In order to keep our show rolling, we'll ask our exhibitors with junior yearling heifers to please be at the hitching ring. We're waiting on our first class. Split number 2 will be coming up very quickly. Our Judge Wildman does not waste any time, but she does provide a thorough evaluation of each animal into the ring. Carrying on as our 4-H division show judge is Reese Wildman. The steers are done, the heifers coming into the ring. Reese was raised just south of Sangudo, Alberta, where her family owns and operates Towa Cattle Company, a 250 head purebred red and black Angus operation. Reese, along with her brothers, Thomas and Ryder, grew up spending their summers across Western Canada showing cattle and competing in junior events, including the annual Josephburg Egg Society Classic. I'm not sure there's been a year up to this point that one of the Wildman kids hasn't been an exhibitor here. And of course, this year, Reese coming in as a judge along with her mother once we get to the open section. Josephburg will always hold a special place in the Wildman family, as it was one of the first major junior shows where they won a supreme title way back in 2018. Reese is excited to be back at Josephburg in this new role. One additional scratch from this class. Please scratch entry number 242. So 240 and 242 scratches, leaving us with 6 yearling heifers, ranging in age. April 7th is the youngest, March 16th is the oldest, so just a 3-week age difference for Judge Reese Wildman, who is currently attending Redlands Community College in El Reno, Oklahoma. She is studying agricultural education and is a member of the nationally ranked livestock judging team. Reese is happy to be able to be home for the summer, although she is she is missing Oklahoma and her school, but happy to be back at Towa. And we're very happy to be able to have Reese as our official judge for the 4-H show of our JAS Classic Cattle Show presented by UFA Agricultural Community Foundation. And as they pull into place, comments on the first class of our heifer show in the 4-H division, sponsored by Alberta Beef Producers Central Zone. Folks, here is Reese Wildman.
Really interesting pair of the two red heifers at the start of the class, but I'll side with the heifer who has a little bit more extra look, a little bit more of that show ring appeal, because she just profiles really nicely. She's extremely elite in the way that she ties her hip into her top line and into her shoulder, attaches so high out of the top out of her shoulder. Furthermore, still, she gets in motion and she's plenty flexible, uses her hind leg really, really well, just a complete heifer to start off the day. Now, sure, the powerhouse, the heifer that I'd like to take home and make into a cow, comes in second with the lighter red heifer. Her merit comes in the form of rib shape and capacity and just mass, as she's so good through the center portion of her body. It's just when I step in behind her that she wants to pull her hock in ever so slightly, so I'll leave her in second, just like to make her a little bit fresher and better out of the front part of her skeleton as well. Interesting black heifer that comes into the third place spot, and she has to be appreciated for her capacity and the way that she comes into the middle center portion of her body. She immediately strikes me on the profile because she's good looking too. It's just from a structural standpoint that I'll leave her in third. She doesn't want to connect as well through the back part of her shoulder. Just like to make her pieces come together a little bit more nicely to compete with those two heifers up above her. Speckled Park heifer, actually, when you break her down and really analyze her, she's pretty fault-free. She comes with a lot of top shape, and I really like when I step in and look over top of her. She's one that I just like to give a little bit more substance at the ground. She's the most moderate heifer in the class, but hey, that's a pretty complete heifer. She just doesn't have all the bells and whistles as the ones that'll come before. Two heifers at the back of the class maybe just need a little bit more weight to be more competitive with the heifers that come above them. I just like to see them a little bit more correct as they come off the ground too, as each have their own kind of structural problems when we look at their hind legs. Still two really pretty and attractive heifers. Look forward to seeing those top two heifers back into our championship class.
And thanks very much, Reese. First place honors in our first split of yearling heifers, sponsored by Alberta Beef Producers Central Zone, is Gina Saab cow with Gypsy, entry number 245. The Red Angus heifer is our class winner and will be advancing back to our grand champion female class. She'll be joined by Luke Lauren with entry number 246, JML Mays 17M, the Gelpfie heifer, placing second. If you're marking a show program on class number 6, entry number 240 is a scratch, and 242 also a scratch. Entry number 243 places fourth. 244 places fifth. Entry number 245 is first place, that's our class winner. Entry 246 places second. Entry 247 is sixth, and entry number 248 places third in class. A class of 7 is what we expect to be coming into the ring now for our second class of the junior heifer division. Again, our top 2 advancing to our grand champion female drive. This class also sponsored by the Central Zone of the Alberta Beef Producers. And with 7 heifers in the ring, the gate is closing. Judge Reese Wildman, your class is complete. If you're marking a show program, please scratch entry number 253. Please scratch entry number 253. And we do want to acknowledge the final group of 25% of our sponsors for the JAS Classic Cattle Show presented by UFA Agricultural Community Foundation. Those would include Twine Design and Graphics, S&T Raminsky Angus, Donovan and Kim Moore, Rasilvia Cattle Company, the Pashulkas of Derwent, Alberta, Tandem T Farms, Interpipeline, and MCK Farms. Many thanks to all of those sponsors for their support of the JAS Classic Cattle Show presented by UFA Agricultural Community Foundation, who are proud to stand by rural communities. The UFA Agricultural Community Foundation is here to provide the support that our rural communities need to flourish. They are here at our JAS Classic because you're here. And we're very proud of our association with the UFA Agricultural Community Foundation, working together for the future of agriculture. We would like all of our senior yearling heifers at the hitching ring, please. If you've got a heifer born last year, February 7th or prior, please have her at the hitching ring. And we have another group of draw prizes with the following individuals. Please make your way over to the awards table because we have a prize for you. Bronwyn Zwicker, Tieran Brennan, Madison Buyas, Luke Lauren, and Allery Sorensen. Once again, we have draw prizes for Madison Buyas, Bronwyn Zwicker, Luke Lauren, Allery Sorensen, and Tieran Brennan. Prizes await you at the awards table. And as our class pulls into place, we'll now hear the reasons from our judge.
Really solid black heifer that's going to start the class immediately as she walks in the rings. She catches my eye. Her merit definitely comes when she stands on the profile. She's so good to the lower portion of her body, and I really like how good-hearted she is, the consistency that she displays through her underline. Furthermore, she's the squarest hipped heifer in the class and still has enough look through that front portion of her skeleton to be elite and to be competitive. Really like that one. Just a good complete show heifer. Interesting pair as we move into the second and third place spot, and these heifers are probably more similar than they are different. I'll just give the advantage to the lighter colored heifer. She comes with more rib shape and just more muscle definition. That leaves me to believe that she'll be better as she goes on to move as a cow. Just in comparison to our first place heifer, I'd like to see her with a little bit more look up front, but hey, I also understand that that's her breed characteristic, so I'm not going to dock her on that too much. Heifer that comes into third, I just wish I could change when I step in behind her. Ever so slightly wants to pull in her hock when she gets away from me. And this isn't sounding and good in the angle to her, the front part of her shoulder and how she comes off the surface on her front feet. So I'll leave her in third. Still has the advantage in terms of shape and just presence on the profile. Interesting heifer in fourth that comes with so much depth of body and so much expression in through the barrel in her rib cage. I just like to clean her up through her brisket as she's pushing a little condition. Like to make her bigger boned off the ground if she just wants to get a little fine, but still calf that size to have that much body and lower body balance I think is really impressive. Speckle Park Influence heifer comes with plenty of shape in her own right, and she matches up to the black heifer that places before her pretty well. I like the added bone that she has, but it's strictly a structural call as she's wanting to break behind her shoulder and kind of funnels towards the ground, so I'll leave her in that spot. Black heifers that round off the class still are exceptional in their body cavity. I like the way that they come through their shoulder and how feminine they are through the front portion of their body. Just doesn't quite have the same elite features as the heifers that lead above them, but still, two nice calves that round off the class.
And thanks very much to our judge, Reese, for excellent comments. First place in that class and advancing to our Grand Champion Drive. Winner of this Alberta Beef Producers Central Zone class is Max Burris, entry 254. with KCF Sapphire. The Simmental Angus Cross is our class winner. And in second place, Chase Lauren with the Gelphy Cross JML Moneypenny 19M, entry 251. Marking your show program on class number 7, entry 250 is 6th in class. Entry 251 is 2nd. Entry 252 is 3rd. Entry 253 is a scratch. 254 is our class winner, placing 1st in class number 7. 255 places 5th. 256 is 7th. And entry number 257 places 4th in class. This is our final class of our 4-H division show of the heifers, of females we haven't seen before. This is the senior yearling heifer class 1, sponsored by Wayne Building Products. And there are 2 scratches in this class. If you're marking a show program, please scratch entry 264 and 268. Please scratch entries 264 and 268, leaving us with 7 yearling heifers, all born in the first 5 weeks of last year, all present and accounted for. And Judge Reese Wildman, your class is complete. Once again, this senior yearling heifer class sponsored by Wayne Building Products. You will notice through your show program advertisements for all of the major sponsors. If you have the opportunity to actually see them today, or better yet, patronize their business on the other 364 days of the year, we really appreciate it. Many thanks to our JAS Classic Cattle Show presented by UFA Agricultural Community Foundation sponsors. And ladies and gentlemen, as they pull into place, this is our final class of the 4-H division heifers, our first split of senior yearling heifers, and we're ready with comments now from Reese Wildman.
Really nice black heifer to start the class, and she hits me as soon as I walk behind her because her upper rib shape and the way that she carries that down to her center portion of her body is just absolutely overwhelming. She's incredibly opened up in the lower part of her body, and she hits the ground with so much width and with so much authority, and she's still feminine enough out through the top side of her neck. Just ties her pieces in all together really, really nicely. Now, where things get confusing in the top pair is the heifer with the best center body does come in second, and that's the red heifer of the young ladies. Just on a profile, I'd like to clean her up through her navel to make her a little bit more attractive in terms of her silhouette, and I'd like to take her down on her tail head. She does just want to get a little bit round-hipped out of the rear side of her skeleton, so I'll go ahead and leave her in second. But still, from the second to third place hole, I think there's a bit of a jump, and I like the black heifer. She's so soft about her body type and really good when you step in behind her, and she's another one. You talk about base width and how you want them to come off the surface, and she's almost picturesque for that. She hits it so good off the surface. Just a more moderate heifer that isn't as quite as good in her pieces. I just like to hook her up a little bit better behind her shoulder to make her more competitive. Now, I certainly don't want you guys to think that, hey, I just came from the United States and I want to talk about pretty heifers and extreme heifers, but it was a femininity call from the third to fourth place spot. I just like to see this heifer a little bit more feminine in the way that she handles her head and neck, but still, you talk about cows that are going to go and make bulls or make steers. Her muscle shape's really good, and one other thing I'd just like to say is there's some heifers who are not quite acting how we want them, and I understand for a lot of people this is the first show of the year, and hey, like Rob has said, I've been here a lot of times, and my heifers haven't exactly acted good either, so I'm right with you guys. But running off the class, there's just a few heifers that need to be more feminine, aren't quite as soft about their body type, and just need to be better in all their pieces to be more balanced to compete higher with the rest of the heifers.
And thanks very much to our judge, Reese Wildman from San Guido, Alberta, and El Reno, Oklahoma. First place honors in this class is Tulsa Smith with RPCC Reputation 237M. The Simmental heifer is entry number 265, is our class winner and will be advancing on behalf of the Wayne Buildings Products sponsored class number 8 to our very next class, the Grand Champion heifers. And she'll be joined by Sophie Pass with Red Pass Miss Lucy 89M, the Red Angus heifer, entry number 266. If you're marking a show program on class number 8, sponsored by Wayne Building Products, entry number 260 places 5th, 261 is 4th, entry 262 is 7th in class, 263 is 6th, entry 264 is a scratch, 265 is our class winner, placing 1st. Entry 266 places 2nd and also advances. Entry number 267 is 3rd in class, and entry number 268 is a scratch. So we will now have 3 first places and 3 second places coming into the ring for our Grand Champion heifer of the 4-H division, sponsored by Wayne Building Products and the Central Zone of the Alberta Beef Producers. And here are our contenders, 3 firsts and 3 seconds. From our first of the 3 splits of yearling heifer classes, our class winner is Gina Sobkow with Gypsy, the Red Angus heifer, entry number 245. And second place in that class is Luke Lauren with his Gelphy heifer, JML Mays 17M, entry number 246. Max Burris is the winner of our second split with the Simmental Angus Cross, entry number 254, KCF Sapphire. And second place in that class, Chase Lauren, joining his brother with entry number 251, JML Moneypenny 19M. The Gelphy Cross is second in that second split. And then from our class that just completed, our class winner is Tulsa Smith with entry number 265, RPCC Reputation 237M, the Simmental heifer. A Red Angus coming in second place, Red Pass Miss Lucy 89M, entry 266 from Sophie Pass. These are the 3 firsts and 3 seconds, the contenders in our Wayne Building Products and Alberta Beef Producers Central Zone Grand Champion heifer class. Next up, folks, is our Mighty Mites division. This is where we have showmanship evaluated and all of our Mighty Mites coming into the ring. I think we've got 9 of them coming in for what is always a crowd pleaser. 8 of them. And then we will be moving into our open show. We'll be stopping just for a few moments to have pictures of our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion heifer, and then our Mighty Mites coming into the ring, sponsored by Reed's Custom Farming. Please do know that our showmanship is being judged through the individual classes. And if you qualify, your name will be posted over by the awards table. There is a list of those who have qualified. And we will let you know that coming out of our 4-H division, the following individuals have qualified for showmanship finals. That would be Tulsa Smith in junior showmanship, Heidi Pass in intermediate showmanship, and Max Burris in senior showmanship. So congratulations to Tulsa, Heidi, and Max advancing into our showmanship finals from our 4-H division. And a class that she spent a fair little bit of time in through the years herself. Here is Judge Reese Wildman just before the declaration of her Grand and Reserve Grand Champion females.
Well, certainly show heifers are where my heart and soul is, and me and my brothers grew up getting our heifers ready to take out every single year, so took a little bit more time on this, but I want to make sure I get it right for you guys. And top to bottom, I think the young heifers come in with some power and some substance of their own right. Move into the middle division where there's just a little bit of a jump in quality to some really nice heifers who profile extremely well and are incredibly sound in their structure. And then the older heifers who just come with so much body, so much power and mass. But for me, when I'm looking at females, my coach always tells me, if there's one who's the best in her body type and she's the best in her structure, get her in the top pair. And if she blows you away with power, hey, just don't beat them. So that's what I'm going to go ahead and do. I'll select your grand champion followed by your reserve.
Thanks, Judge Wildman. Reese on the walk now to declare her Wayne Building Products and Alberta Beef Producer Central Zone Grand Champion 4-H heifer. And it is going to be from our third class, RPCC Reputation 237M, Tulsa Smith. Entry 265 is our Grand Champion female, and Max Burris with KCF Sapphire, the Simmental Angus Cross. Entry 254 is the Reserve Grand Champion. Congratulations to our third and second split winners. Coming out Grand and Reserve, Tulsa Smith's RPCC Reputation 237M, the Simmental heifer. Entry 265 is Grand, and we'll head off to the shot box to get her photo taken. And Max Burris will be right there, since KCF Sapphire, the Simmental Angus heifer, entry number 254, is our Reserve Grand Champion female. Folks, we'll just have pictures taken of Grand and Reserve, and then we'll be right into the ring with our Mighty Mites. If our Mighty Mites want to be making their way to the hitching ring, it is always a crowd-pleasing class for us, and we're very pleased to have 8 Mighty Mites coming into the ring with their heifers or perhaps steers. They can show whatever they want to be showing. We just know there's 8 of them coming in with these veteran showmen of the JAS Classic, presented by UFA, Agricultural Community Foundation. And then we will be moving into the open show steer division. Jill Wildman will be joining her daughter for the open show section. Once again, we want to acknowledge our major sponsors, including Rafter D4 Cattle Company, Strathcona County, Farm Credit Canada, Josephburg Ag Society, Prairie Cove Charlet, Fountain Tire at Fort Saskatchewan, the Ardrossan Rec and Ag Society, and H.R. Hahn Angus Hahn Meat Market. Many of these are longtime sponsors, and we appreciate all their support. We do want to let you know that the concession is available here in the building. This is hosted by Area 5 Baby Boomers, and it is in the lobby of the rink, open till 5 o'clock this afternoon. Many thanks to the Area 5 Baby Boomers for hosting the concession. And we do have 5 more draw prizes. Actually, 7 more draw prizes. Would the following individuals head on over to the trophy table because there are prizes awaiting you. Emily Skippen, Averly Pollenque, Haley Cusack, Heidi Pass, Matthew Mears, Maisie Stone, and JC Waltz. Once again, that is JC Waltz, Maisie Stone, Matthew Mears, Heidi Pass, Haley Cusack, Averly Pollenque, and Emily Skippen. If you could please make your way to the awards table. Please note that the program times are rough estimates. We will be trying to follow it, but we will not be taking a break for lunch specifically at 12:30. We do aim to start the junior show at 1:30 p.m. sharp, however. So we have our open show between now and 1:30. Lunch will follow the open show completion. And so, folks, here come our Mighty Mites. Most of our Mighty Mites do have some assistants coming into the ring with them, and we appreciate that. We do have entry number 101, Abigail Milligan. Entry number 103, Merritt Waltz. Entry 104, Austin Pollenque. 105, JC Waltz. 106 is Emily Richards. 107 is Averly Pollenque. Entry 108 is Brooklyn Bolter. And perhaps there is no 109 in addition to no 102. So please scratch entry 102 and 109, leaving us with 7 Mighty Mites in the ring. Once again, folks, this class is sponsored by Reed's Custom Farming, And we have the opportunity now to have Jill Wildman as our judge for the Mighty Mites. And folks, we want you to meet Judge Jill. Jill manages Toa Cattle Company with her husband Kirk and children Thomas, Reese, and Ryder. She also sells livestock insurance for Canadian Farm Insurance, serving the insurance needs of cattlemen from Alberta and Saskatchewan. Jill was raised in the purebred Hereford and Angus business with her family, the Canes, from Leduc. She is a lifelong 4-H member, volunteer, and leader, and has also served on many junior show boards over the years. Jill has been spending most of her time in recent years at junior shows, either as a volunteer and a coordinator, and of course, as a mom. Her kids are still involved with junior programs, and she'll still be a show ring mom for a few years. But today we have the opportunity to have her evaluating our open show classes as well as our Mighty Mites as she makes her way down visiting with each one of these veteran show folk. We're very proud and pleased to have as one of our amazing judges at the 2025 JAS Classic Cattle Show presented by UFA Agricultural Community Foundation, Jill Wildman. And once again, just to remind you all, the program times in our book are rough estimates. We will be trying to follow it as best we can, but likely the lunch break will not be specifically at 12:30. The lunch break will follow the open show completion. The junior show, however, we are aiming to start at 1:30 sharp. And ladies and gentlemen, we are ready now with our first set of comments on the day from Judge Jill Wildman on her Mighty Mite showmanship class. Folks, here is Jill. Just come on over here, Jill.
Thanks, Rob. There we go. I'd like to start my comments off with thanking the Josephburg Committee for asking Reese and I to come out. The Josephburg Junior Classic has always been a favorite of our families. It's kind of the start of the competitive show season for us, and it is indeed an honor to come and be here today. And For the first class, it's really nice to have judged this Pee Wee showmanship. This is where these kids are given an opportunity to come out and start and learn things, and how we develop a love for the cattle. So we do have one young lady out here who's maybe had a little bit more time and experience than some of our older kids, and it shows, and probably is a good example for the rest of you to where you can be when you keep at it. So our champion today will be the young lady in the corner. And then our second place, this was pretty close all the way through, but we're going to use the young lady just in front of her as well for reserve today.
So thanks very much, Judge Jill Wildman. Our grand champion, Mighty Mites Showman, sponsored by Reed's Custom Farming, is entry number 108, Brooklyn Bolter. Congratulations, Brooklyn. You are our grand champion, Mighty Mite Showman. I think perhaps that's a repeat win. And our reserve champion is Averly Palanque, entry number 107. Averly is our reserve grand champion. But folks, to all of our Mighty Mites, put your hands together. What a great show they have given us. Congratulations to all of our Mighty Mites and their class sponsored by Reed's Custom Farming. Tatum McPherson actually representing Reed's Custom Farming in our backdrop photo of Brooklyn Bolter and Averly Palanque as our champion and reserve champions. Folks, we'll move in just a few moments' time into our first of two classes of steers in our open show. Our lightweight class and our heavyweight class. Our lightweight class sponsored by Global Machine and Supply Incorporated, and our heavyweight class sponsored by Wolf's Midstream. '70 Media is our official photographer, and they're taking both candids around the show ring as well as at our photo backdrop. Our judges are moving in with our lightweight steer division. Here is our first of the two splits of steers in the open show with our judges, Jill and Reese Wildman, or Reese and Jill. We'll let them figure that out. So there are 6 steers in our first of the two splits, ranging in weight from 1235 at the lowest to 1305 at the highest. So a 70-pound difference from the lightest to the heaviest. In our lightweight steer class, sponsored by Global Machine and Supply Incorporated. Judges Wildman, your class is complete. There will be 2 classes of steers, and then our grand champion class. And then, folks, we will be into our open yearling heifers. And there are 2 classes of junior heifers, 2 classes of senior heifers, and then our grand champion female class. Then we'll be taking our lunch break. Some of these showmen were over in Beachy, Saskatchewan last weekend for the Cody Sibbald Legacy Classic. We're happy to see some of our Cody Sibbald Legacy Classic exhibitors in the ring here in Josephburg at our JAS UFA Agriculture Community Foundation sponsored Classic Cattle Show. And folks, just so that you know, once we get into our open show heifer division, it will be held the same as what our steers has been. The top two from each of our 4 yearling classes, the 2 junior yearling and the 2 senior yearling, the top 2 out of all 4 will go into our grand champion class. It's same as the steers. I'm just realizing that Reese Wildman is taller than Jill, which actually makes Jill the shrimp of the family. I remember not that many years ago when Jill Wildman was one of the outstanding 4-H judges in the province. It seems like only yesterday, and now she's raising one of the most outstanding judges the 4-H program in Alberta has ever produced. Seeing them judge as a duo is pretty cool. Many thanks to the JAS Cattle Classic for making that happen. And we're ready with comments from our judge on our first class in the open show, the lightweight steer class. Folks, here is Judge Reese.
Well, the fun thing when I get to judge with my mom is that we get to argue in the ring, and we have to pretend like we don't disagree with each other so you guys don't think we hate each other. But she let me go my way. So one thing good about living in the States is that I live right in steer country, and the calf that wins the class I just think represents the best. And I'm not ignorant to the fact that this isn't the end goal for these guys. Honestly, if you're showing a club calf in Canada, the end goal is probably Calgary. So I like the fresher steer to win, who just is so cool on the profile. Immediately strikes me as so up-headed and good through the ankle, through his front shoulder. Still handles incredibly well, but still fresh at this point, which I think is important. But there's certainly some advantage to the painted up steer that comes in second. And that's Mom's pick, because he probably hits us as a more traditional show steer, a little bit bigger in terms of the way that he handles his rib shape and design. Comes off the ground with a little bit more true substance and bone in regard in opposition to hair, and just handles his hip a little bit better. But I'll be perfectly honest, I like the cool look of the black steer, so I'm going to sort him that way. The white calf that comes into third is the one who's really interesting in his body type, as he comes so soft through the center portion of his body, has plenty of bone and substance on the ground. It's just in the handle that I think he gets a little wastier. Doesn't hit us with the same crispness and exceptional muscle coverage as the ones that come ahead of him. And I just wish he was a little bit more extended through the front portion of his body, but still a really nice calf for that young man. Black steer comes out, and Mom liked this one too, because he comes with a little bit extra rib shape, a little extra muscle coverage, and is incredibly stout on the ground, and still moves incredibly good for his weight. And this time in the game, it's probably easily the sounder steer than the one that comes ahead of him. He just gets a little jammed up and compact in terms of his body condition. I like to stretch him out through the front portion of his body, but still a complete steer. I just like to make him a little bit more attractive to compete with the top three. Hereford steer comes in, and he's long-bodied, he's extended, and he's pretty attractive. It's just on the handle that he's not as impressive as the steers that win the class, but still really good at the ground and has some substance, just doesn't have the same power as the ones that come ahead of him. Steer that rounds off the class is incredibly intriguing when he steps into the ring, but honestly at the handle, he's the least descriptive in his muscle pattern, and I just question if there's enough genuine muscle shape for a market steal, so we'll let it go ahead and stand him in the last place spot. But really nice steer top to bottom, definitely difficult for Mom and I to sort.
And many thanks to our judges. Do want to let you two know that if you disagree, this is an arena, so there is a penalty box. First place does go to Riley Borson, entry number 407. The Elvis Angus Cross Steer, weighing 1,246 pounds, is our class winner and will advance to our Open Show Grand Championship. And in second place, Gracie Borson will also be advancing. Maverick, entry number 411, the Simmental steer, weighing 1,258 pounds, placing second in class. If you're marking a show program, entry number 413 places third. Entry 407 is first, that's our class winner. 417 places sixth. 411 places second. Entry 414 is fifth, and entry number 405 is fourth in class. Now in the ring, we are expecting 6 steers with a weight range of from 1,330 to 1,518, so 182 pounds. 1,330 is our lightweight steer, 1,518 our heavyweight steer. 6 in your show program and 6 in the ring. Judges Wildman, your class is complete. This class is sponsored by Wolf Midstream. Many thanks to Wolf Midstream. So we have exhibitor draws 4, Alexa Edwards, Tegan French, Sophie Pass, Cade Rancier, Cole Lefevre, and Bryn Burkhart. If you would like to come to the awards table, please, we do have draw prizes for Cade Rancier, Cole Lefevre, Bryn Burkhart, Sophie Pass, Alexa Edwards, and Tegan French. Come on over, we have a treat for you. Our next class into the ring will be our Grand Champion Steer class, and then we'll move into the first of 4 splits of yearling heifers, 2 junior yearling classes, 2 senior yearling classes, and then our Grand Champion drive. If I were a betting man, I'd say we'll be at lunch by about 12:30. So I'd say junior show starting promptly at 1:30 makes perfect sense. And they're pulled in, folks. The Wildman girls have made their choices. We're going to hear about it now from Reese.
Well, I'm a pretty big fan of the steer that starts, and automatically as he comes into the ring, you're blown away with his mass and his size, how he still carries everything in an incredibly neat and tidy package and still get him on the move. And he's flexible in his lower joint work. He's really good in the angle to his hind leg, and still, he's easily the most impressive when you get a hand on him, and he's the best through his carcass from what we can tell on our hand, and just a really, really complete steer. Now, where I give the advantage to the painted up steer is he hits the surface a little wider, and he's better in his surface width, but it's when we set this calf in motion that I question the genuineness of his structure. He gets a little restricted. I like her to be looser and just better on the move to compete with that first place steer. But easily the toughest decision was the second and third place spot, because young lady's black calf is really impressive on the profile, and obviously you never doubt the value of a big frame steer. And he comes with plenty of muscle in his own right. Just on the profile that I'd like him to come more genuine through his flank. Wants to get a little high in that regard. Gets around or out of his hips, so we'll leave him in third, but that's still a really, really nice calf. Smoke steer that comes into the fourth place hole. He's one that you like the center portion of his body. You like the barrel that he has, and you like the top shape. It's just on the profile. I think he wants to get a little straight off of either end of his skeleton and cuts up in his flank, so I just like to change him in that regard. Steers that round off the class certainly got themselves into a bit of a tough class. I just like to see him a little bit more true in their muscle pattern, come with more shape to the center portion of their body, and come softer to compete higher with the two really impressive calves that win the class. Super excited to see those two back.
And many thanks, Judge Reese Wildman. First place honors is Treston Campbell with silver. The Charlet Stairwing, 1,485 pounds, entry 415. Will be advancing to our grand champion drive in the pole position. Kaylor Eaton will have the opportunity to vie for potentially reserve champion, though, with entry 412, maxed out the 1,356 pounds crossbred steer. If you're marking a show program, entry number 418 places 6th. Entry 406 places 5th. Entry 412 is 2nd. We're going to be seeing 412 in the very next class. Entry 408 is 4th. Entry 415 is 1st. We're going to be seeing him coming into the ring to vie for the possibility to become the grand champion steer. And entry number 410 is 3rd. So here they come back in, folks. The top two from our two steer classes in our open show. The first class sponsored by Global Machine and Supply Incorporated. The second class sponsored by Wolf Midstream. And together they both sponsor our Grand Champion Steer class, Wolf Midstream and Global Machine and Supply Incorporated. The contenders are, first place from our first class, Riley Borson with Elvis, the Angus Cross Steer, entry 407. Weighing 1,246 pounds, and at 1,258 pounds, Gracie Borson is second in that class with Maverick, entry 411, the Simmental steer. And then from our second class, our class winner is Treston Campbell with silver, the Charlet steer, weighing 1,485 pounds, entry number 415. Second place, 1,356 pounds, the crossbred steer maxed out, entry 412 from Kaylor Eaton. This is our Grand Champion Steer class of the Open Show, sponsored by Wolf Midstream and Global Machine and Supply Incorporated, judged by Reese and Jill Wildman. And with comments on our Grand Champion Steer class, sponsored by Wolf Midstream and Global Machine and Supply Incorporated, please welcome the younger of our Wildman ladies.
Well, we got a pretty interesting class of 4, and I think there's a few different ways that you can do it, but since there's only 4, I'll just go through and talk them real quick. The lightweight champion comes in, and he just blows me away with his look and how much substance he has on the ground. I think if I was in Oklahoma, there probably wouldn't be a question. But when you compare him to the bigger steers, the question kind of becomes, does he have enough to him? And, hey, does he move good enough out in the ring today to be considered for champion? But I like a lot of things about him, and he's got some really cool pieces. The reserve calf comes in with so much shape and so much dimension when you step in behind him. That's my pick of the 2 lightweights. But I think when you actually look at him, I just like to stretch him out and give him a few more unique pieces. He just gets a little bit plain when we compare him to the rest of the class. The heavyweights come in, and automatically the smoke steer blows you away with his thighs. He's got so much shape to his stifle and leading into his leg. He just is so unique in the fact that even though he's probably the heaviest steer we got out here, he's easily the most flexible, and he's the one that I like on the move the most. And then the reserve calf comes in, huge in his hip, so big through his top, and I like his center portion of body. He's the one who's really good in his lower flank and the way that he handles his underline. So yeah, I think there's a few different ways that we can do this, but you know, me and Mom, we got to come up with a consensus and agree with each other a little bit. So she's going to go ahead and show your champion, and then follow that up with your reserve.
And many thanks to Reese Wildman for her comments. On the lookout now for the Wolf Midstream and Global Machine and Supply Incorporated Grand and Reserve Grand Champion steers. So both our heavyweights become Grand and Reserve Grand Champion. Congratulations to Treston Campbell and Kaylor Eaton. Our heavyweight steers become our Grand and Reserve Grand Champions, sponsored by Wolf Midstream and Global Machine and Supply Incorporated. Silver, the Charlet steer of Treston Campbell's, weighing 1,485 pounds, entry number 415, heads off for photos as our Grand Champion Open Show steer. Our Reserve Champion, Kaylor Eaton, with maxed out. The Cross steer, entry number 412, weighing 1,356, our Reserve Champion. We'll just pause a few moments for pictures, and then, folks, we'll get into the first of our 4 splits of yearling heifers. Another quarter of our sponsors include Global Machine and Supply Incorporated, Willow Hills Animal Reboot, Crop Management Network, Ignite Oilfield Services, Foundation Equine, the Phillips family at Wasetna with KR Charlet, RME, that's Rocky Mountain Equipment in Camrose, and VBP Plus, the Verified Beef Production Plus program. We definitely want to thank our marshals, Cole Dodson, Garrett McPherson, and Brock Mashmeyer, as well as Devin Kiziak and Lane Foster, our ringmen. And of course, out back, Murray Skippin is our barn boss again this year, and we really appreciate the support that Murray provides to all of our exhibitors, as well as our show staff. In just a few moments' time, the first of our 4 splits of open show yearling heifer classes. Our judges are back, so we're ready with our first of the 4 splits of yearling heifers. 2 splits of junior yearlings, 2 splits of senior yearlings. Top 2 from all of the classes will be making their way into our grand championship. We're expecting 7 yearling heifers to be coming into the ring for our first split. These are March and April heifers, as well as 1 September heifer. First heifer into the ring will be September, followed by 4 April heifers, a late March heifer, and an early March heifer. Seven heifers in total we're expecting to be coming into the ring in the first of the 4 splits of open show yearling heifers. And folks, please scratch entry number 421, the September heifer. Please scratch entry number 421. In the immortal words of the man who announced more cattle shows than anyone in history, Hoss Hammer, she ain't racing with us today. And ladies and gentlemen, as they pull into place, we are ready now with comments from Judge Wildman, Senior.
So we're going to start this class off what I think was with a very easy winner for us. She just has so much center of body. She's good looking. She moves around the ring with lots of flexibility. There's just a lot of pieces to this heifer that we like a lot. We're going to follow her with a red that probably resembles her most in terms of the rest of the class. She's long and extended. We'd just like to maybe put her on fix her up through that hind leg a bit. She wants to cow hawk a bit, but a big-bodied, good-looking heifer to follow her up. Our little third-place heifer here, she's a nice, and again, resembles the two that we've started the class off with quite a bit. We'd refine her through her front end a little. She's long-bodied, deep-bodied. We like a lot of things about her. Moves out well. Now, our fourth-place heifer is a heifer that, again, big-bodied heifer. We'd like to freshen her up through her front end. She gets a little bit bolder through her shoulder, and thicker through her neck, and we'd also relax her and tip her tail head into her body, but a big-bodied, good-looking enough heifer. And then we get into these two shorthorn heifers that, our first one, big, extended heifer, that she just gets a little tight-hearted. She's kind of throwing her legs a bit. And our roan heifer that we've completed the class with puts herself together fairly nicely, just a little bit smaller to compete with our group.
And many thanks to our judge, Jill Wildman. First place honors goes to Cooper Axton with Campbell's Abigail 4116. The Angus heifer exhibitor number 422 is our class winner and will be advancing to our grand champion female class. And she'll be joined by Tennessee Schneider's entry 423, Red NLF Eva. If you're marking a show program, placings on class number 14, entry number 421 is a scratch. Entry 422 places first, 423 second, 424 is third in class, 425 is fourth, 426 is fifth, and entry number 427 places sixth in class. We're expecting 7 yearling heifers to be coming into the ring, ranging in age over the course of about a month, early March to early February. Please scratch entry number 431. Please scratch entry number 431. And judges, your class is complete. The next group of sponsors we want to spotlight include Wolf Midstream, Wayne Building Products, Downhill Simmental, Rio Grande Angus, Fort Saskatchewan 4-H Beef Club, who also helped with setup and will be a big part of Teardown after their Achievement Day on Monday, Reed's Custom Farming, ABP Central Zone, and Lloydminster Pet Pad. As well, our sponsor for this very class in the ring, split number 2 of our yearling heifers, is Resilvia Cattle Company. That is the Pashulka family at Derwent, Alberta. Thank you to Resilvia Cattle Company sponsoring this class after FCC sponsored our first. We have 6 more exhibitor draws. Would the following individuals please go to the trophy table? There are prizes for you. Shelby Horn, Sydney Carlson, Jaron Lehman, AJ McGrath, Sarah Bowman, and Van Hofstra. Again, that's Jaron Lehman, Sydney Carlson, Shelby Horn, Van Hofstra, Sarah Bowman, and AJ McGrath. There are prizes for you at our awards table. A tasty treat for you. And ready with comments on our second split of yearling heifers from Judge Reese.
Certainly a class that for Mom and I, we thought came together pretty logically when you actually start to break down the animals and see them for what they are. And the white heifer, just kind of when you actually study structure, you study their body type, and you study femininity, she just kind of ticks all our boxes. Read her on the profile, and automatically she hits me as the longest bodied female, who's the softest and best through her lower body balance. She ties in so well from her hip into her tail head and down to her hind leg, and she's still plenty flexible on the move. That's just the complete one that we like to use to start. A young lady's Charolais heifer that comes into second certainly isn't one that when she walks in the ring, you think, wow, that's a class winner, but study her deeper, and I still think she's got plenty of good to her. She's super wide over her top and has a good barrel to her center of body. I think she's straight. I think she's good through her hip and hind leg, and just one that when you really analyze her, she doesn't have much problems. Now the complicated part in the middle pair comes in that Charolais heifer is easily the most feminine, the most freaky kind of heifer, and she's the trendsetter in the class. But read her on the profile, and I just think maybe she doesn't have enough to her. I like that she's big in her hip, and I like that she's big through her top, but she wants to funnel in at her shoulder, and furthermore, at our operation, we're pretty picky on feet, and there's quite a bit of changing that we'd like to do for her foot structure, so we're going to leave her in third. Young lady Charolais heifer comes out super feminine, super fancy, super attractive on the profile. We'd like to strengthen her through her top and tie in better through her hip as she wants to get a little round through her tail head. Love the substance that she comes up with, and I like the lower body balance. Just like to change those two things to make her more elite and more competitive with the top three. Black heifer comes, and she's the power cow of the class. So much shape and so much top through the top portion of her body. I think she's good enough through her hip. It's just at the hind leg. Get her on the standstill. She wants to pull her hock in, and just isn't as feminine as the other heifers, so we'll leave her where she stands. And then the shorthorn heifer who ends off, she's good in her lines, and she's correct. She just doesn't have enough to her, and I'd like to give her more bone at the surface to place higher. Still a pretty attractive heifer who certainly has a chance in a breed show. Just a tough class to compete with these big broody heifers.
And many thanks, Judge Wildman. First place is Kaylor Eaton with entry 433. The Charolais heifer SVY Covergirl 434M will be advancing to our champion drive on behalf of split number 2, sponsored by Rasilvia Cattle Company. And Kaylor will be joined in that champion drive by Aubrey Fraser with entry number 430. CML Wilma 442M, the Charolais heifer, placing second and also advancing to our champion drive. Marking your show program on class number 15C's, entry number 430, placing second. Entry number 431 is a scratch. 432 places third. Entry 433 is first. 434 places sixth. 435 is fifth in class, and entry 436 places fourth. Next should be a class of 8, sponsored by Rio Grande Angus. And I know we've already got a scratch. A couple of them, in fact. So I believe there's 5 scratches from this class. Please scratch entry number 439, 442, and 443. Please scratch entries 439, 442, and 443, leaving us with 5 for Judges Reese and Jill Wildman. And your class is complete on our third of the 4 splits of yearling heifers. Moving now into our senior division. All of these early February through late and mid-January heifers. Again, our class sponsor, Rio Grande Angus. And the top two are determined. We're ready with comments now from Reese Wildman.
What kind of a class as an evaluator that when you see these black heifers walk in, it just gets you excited to talk, and there's a lot to talk about on the top pair, so I'm going to take my time and break them down and describe them to you guys because there's a lot to see. For my personal taste, and hey, I said it again, I spent a year in Oklahoma, and if you're taking one of these back down there, you're going to take the young ladies that's going to lead the class. Her profile is absolutely her best look. She is so cool on the profile, so good in her lines and the way that she ties into her tail head, but still is incredibly correct in the angle to her hind leg. And even though she's good looking and she's refined, she's still really good in the angle to her front shoulder. Now where things get complicated is I prefer the black heifer and the way that she comes through her heart. She's easily the better hearted heifer, and get underneath of them. And I mean, if you want to talk about a heifer that's going to have an unreal udder, that's probably this heifer in second. And she's so good about her body type, soft made, easy flushing. It's just in comparison. I question if she has enough look. She just gets a little bit more compact and isn't quite as showy in her pieces. So we'll leave her second, but still, that's a really tight placing up top. And I think you get two different people in here. You could go each way any other day. Black heifer comes in third. Simply is a really nice heifer. It just gets in a complicated and really competitive trio, but I like her body type, and I like how broody and cowy she is to the center portion of her body. Just for us on the profile, she wants to get a little compact in terms of how she ties together. I'd like to see her come better through her heart as she gets tight in that regard, but still comes off the ground with so much substance and shape, so much shape through the center portion of her body. Really nice heifer, just got herself in a complicated class. Young lady's heifer in fourth. I like the top shape of this heifer. I like how her lines come in together, and I actually think she has a pretty square and sound high leg on her as well. She just wants to get a little narrow-chested when we step in front of them. She's the shallowest bodied heifer of the class, but still, nice project for you, young lady. You should be proud of that one. Heifer that rounds off the class. I like her on the profile. She's deep enough. She's good-hearted. She's really up-headed. Really nice heifer young lady. It's just in comparison. She wants to drop in behind her shoulder and run downhill, so we'll leave her in the last place hole, but still, really complete class with a really excellent top two pair of heifers that we're excited to see back in the championship class.
And many thanks to Judges Wildman. Reese making the comments on our third split of yearling heifers. Our class winner is Abby Rancier with RF Scream 4128. The Simmental heifer, entry number 445, is first in class and will be advancing to our championship, and so will the Angus heifer, Tehran Jaybird 64M, entry 444 from Casey Adams, in second place. Marking your show program, moving down the page on class number 15, entry 439 is a scratch. 440 places third. 441 is fourth. Entry 442 is a scratch, as is entry number 443. 444 places second. 445 is first, and 446 is fifth in class. As our fourth and final split comes in, we recognize that there are also three scratches in this class. Please scratch entry number 448, 449, and 452. Please scratch entries 448, 449, and 452, leaving us with 4. And Judges Wildman, your class is complete. This class is sponsored by Rasilvia Cattle Company, once again, the Derwent, Alberta Pashulka family, specializing in a number of different breeds and having a great bull sale every spring, as well as selling some prospect calves and some outstanding seed stock females across the whole of North America. Our next class will be our Open Grand Champion female, Open Grand Champion heifer class. So would our top two from the preceding three classes please be at the hitching ring so we can roll right in. We will be on track to have our lunch break at 12:30. Our judge for the whole of the morning included Reese Wildman, raised just south of Sangudo, Alberta, where her family owns and operates Towa Cattle Company, a 250 head purebred red and black Angus operation. Reese, along with her brothers, grew up spending their summers across Western Canada showing cattle and competing in junior events, including the annual Josephburg Egg Society Classic. Josephburg will always hold a special place in the Wildman family, as it was one of the first major junior shows at which they won a Supreme title way back in 2018. Reese is excited to be back at Josephburg in this new role as judge. Reese is currently attending Redlands Community College in El Reno, Oklahoma. She is studying agricultural education and is a member of the nationally ranked livestock judging team. And in this open division, she is joined by none other than her mother, Judge Jill. We'll tell you a little bit more about her, though, a little bit later. As we are ready with comments now from Reese on this fourth and final split of our yearling heifers.
Well, another really fun class to sort through, and a class 4 is always going to make me feel like I'm at a livestock judging contest. And the fun thing about getting to stand in the position as a judge and as an evaluator is, hey, me and Mom get to be right today, and I don't have to worry about placing the class backwards and my coach yelling at me after the fact. But I also think I have the responsibility to represent my program and to represent my coaches, Spencer and Macy. And I think if they were standing here and I got this white heifer anywhere other than first, they'd be pretty mad at me. Young lady comes in with the heifer who automatically on the profile strikes me as elite in her lines. So good in the way that she handles her hind leg. And even though she's got so much mass, so much center of body, she's still incredibly feminine and up-headed. And she comes down with a really nice hip and hind leg, so flexible on the move and in her lower joint work. That's just a really nice heifer. I'll put her first with a 5-point cut. Subatoll heifer that comes into second. We like her pieces a lot, and I like how big she is over her top and how she comes into the middle portion of her body. She's one that on the profile you really do appreciate her. It's from a structural standpoint where we're going to put her second, though. She wants to get a little forward in the angle to her shoulder, and furthermore, stepping behind her, she just funnels towards the ground on her hind leg, so we'll leave her in second. But still, broody, cow-looking female that we like a lot. Angus heifer comes into second, and she's good on the profile as well. She's one that ties in so elite at the top side of her shoulder, and is good in her top line and really good through her hip and hind leg. She's just not as impressive. He's stepping behind her. She wants to come in through her shoulder and just doesn't have the same overwhelming shape and look as the heifers that come before her, but still, we like her on the profile a lot. And the heifer that comes into fourth, maybe isn't presented quite as highly as the other two heifers, but she's got a lot of good to her as well. You actually break her down and analyze her, and she's pretty good in her own right for her structure and the way that she handles the center portion of her body. For Mom and I, we just think that she breaks apart a little, isn't quite as balanced as the other heifers, but still a really nice piece to breed off of. So congratulations to these exhibitors. Really solid class.
And thanks very much, Judge Reese Wildman. Comments on our fourth and final split of yearling heifers, sponsored by Resilvia Cattle Company. And our class winner is Indy Fowler's entry 451, the Charlet heifer, Miss Prairie Cove 417M. She'll be coming right back into the ring for our champion drive, and so will Dakota Noble with Greenwood Lucy, entry 2M. Entry 453, the Black Angus heifer, coming in second place. If you're marking a show program, entry number 448 is a scratch. Entry number 449, also a scratch. Entry number 450 is fourth. 451 is first. Entry 452 is a scratch. 453 is second in class. And entry 454 is third. So here they come, our top two from each of our preceding four classes, and leading the way, strutting into the ring, is Cooper Axton, entry 422, with his Angus heifer, Campbell's Abigail, 4116. And in second place from that class, Tennessee Schneider, with red NLF Eva, entry number 423. From our second split, our class winner is Kaylor Eaton, with SVY Covergirl, 434M, the Charlet heifer. Entry 433 was our class winner of the second split. Aubrey Fraser coming in second, with entry 430, the Charlet heifer, CML Wilma, 442M. Our third split saw Abby Rancier win the class with RF Scream 4128, the Simmental Heifer entry 445. And in second place, Casey Adams with her Angus, Terron Jaybird 64M entry 444. And then having just completed their sweep through the ring, first place honors is Indy Fowler in our fourth split with Miss Prairie Cove 417M, the Charlet Heifer entry 451. And second in that class, entry number 454, Shea Noble. With Black Gold Lindgren Ms. Soda 4M. So ladies and gentlemen, this is our Grand Champion Female Drive, sponsored by Rio Grande Angus and H.R. Hahn Cattle Company, Hahn Meat Market. This is our final class of the open show, and it'll be our final time that we will see Judges Reese and Jill Wildman. Last time I told you a little bit more about Reese. Well, the Wildman Senior female spokesman is Jill, who manages Toa Cattle Company with her husband Kirk and children's Thomas, Reese, and Ryder. Jill also sells livestock insurance for Canadian Farm Insurance, serving the insurance needs of cattlemen from Alberta and Saskatchewan. Jill was raised in the purebred Hereford and Angus business with her family, the Canes, from Leduc. She is a lifelong 4-H member, volunteer, and leader, and has also served on many junior show boards over the years. We definitely want to give a loud and hearty JAS Classic Cattle Show presented by UFA Agricultural Community Foundation. Thank you to Reese and Jill for coming out and being a part of this show in a way slightly different than they've done before. Jill's been here as a show ring mom and as a volunteer and helper. Reese has been here as an exhibitor and a winner of all sorts of prizes, from champion female to champion showman of I think all age categories. We're very excited to be able to spotlight the Wildmans as the judges for our 4-H and open section of the JAS Classic. Once this class is completed and our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion heifers head off to the photo backdrop, we will be taking a break until our junior steers start at 1:30. Our sponsors for this open Grand and Reserve Grand Champion female class: the Rio Grande Angus operation and H.R. Hahn Cattle Company and Hahn Meat Market. And just a reminder that our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion female from this class are not eligible for the junior show this afternoon. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our Wildman judging duo has made their choices, and now we're going to hear all about it from Judge Reese Wildman.
A really tough class when we're looking through for Mom and I. There's different types and kinds all over the place in this ring, top to bottom. But I think we've decided on two that we like the best. And before I go out and show you them, there's just a few things that I'd like to say on behalf of Mom and I. Thank you for asking us to come out and judge. Thanks, Tatum, for all the work you put in behind the scenes in the committee. My ringmen and my marshals who keep everything running smoothly for us here. And before I go, I just want to say on behalf of me, and I think every judge says this at the end of the show, but I'm a junior too. And a lot of you guys don't realize how much your parents do for you. right before when you're at these shows and you're in high school and you think your mom's the worst person in the world, but I'll tell you, one day you're going to move away to college and you're going to be crying in your dorm room because you miss your mom so much. So when you go back to the stall, give her a hug, give her a thank you, and that doesn't just go for your parents, but anybody who's your support group behind the barns, your fitters, whatever they may look like, make sure you thank them because, you never know how much you miss them until you're 3,000 kilometers from home, I'll tell you that much. With that being said, thank you guys again for having us out here. It's been a super fun morning. I'll go show you our champion, and then I'll show you our reserve.
Thank you, Judge Wildman. And Judge Wildman Sr., those comments are available on the World Wide Web. You can bring them back on a continuous loop in the TOA kitchen if you so choose. Many thanks to the Wildman ladies for judging our shows this morning. Looking for our grand champion heifer. And it is going to be from our final two classes. Congratulations to first place from our fourth split, entry 451, Indy Fowler, Miss Prairie Cove 417M. The Charlet female is our grand. The reserve grand champion is from our third split, Abby Rancier, with entry number 445, RF Scream 4128. The Charlet heifer and the Simmental heifers are our grand and reserve grand champions. So as Indy and Abby head off to have their grand and reserve grand champion females pictures taken, we will take a break now for the next little while. At 12:27, show chair Tatum McPherson, how's that for your organizational skill and capability? 3 minutes early. We'll be back at 1:30 with the start of our junior section, judged by Matthew Trefiak. And again, junior, intermediates, and seniors, if you're wondering if you qualified for showmanship, over by the awards table will be a listing. There were 3 that qualified out of the 4-H show. I'm sure there will be a few more that qualified out of the open section. And of course, a bunch from the juniors this afternoon. We would ask that our first class of steers be at the hitching ring at 25 after so that we can roll right into the ring ready with Judge Matt Trefiak at 1:30. We do have 6 more exhibitor draws. Would the following individuals please come to the awards trophy table? Daphne Schaub, Trayton French, Cash Waltz, Allison Huckaluck, Abby Mullen, and Mason Zwicker. Again, we have prizes for you at the prize table. Allison Huckaluck, Cash Waltz, Abby Mullen, Trayton French, Mason Zwicker, and Daphne Schaub. If our first class of the junior show steers could make your way to the hitching ring, please, the lightweight class. Matt Trefiak. We'll be rolling into the ring in 4 minutes with our lightweight steer class of our junior show, judged by Matthew Trefiak. And ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to roll into the ring with our Fountain Tire Fort Saskatchewan sponsored lightweight steer class. There is one class in each of our weight divisions, so we have 3 steer classes in total as we gear up to our Grand Champion Steer Drive in our junior show section. There will be 6 steers coming into the ring, ranging in weight from 1,005 pounds to 1,235 pounds. So a 230-pound weight differential on our contenders in the first of the 3 splits of steer classes. And Judge Matt Trefiak, your class is complete. Matt is from Edgerton, Alberta, where he and his family own and operate MJT Cattle Company. Matt obtained his bachelor's degree in animal science as a Loran Scholar at the University of Saskatchewan before returning home to blend formal education with real-world experience. MJT currently runs approximately 450 purebred cow-calf pairs consisting of Premier Hereford, Black Angus, and now Charolais genetics. Having grown up in and around various show and sale rings has instilled a passion for the industry and the people in it deep within Matt. On top of successfully campaigning their own cattle across North America, Matthew has sorted multiple national shows, including Farm Fair International, Agribition, and Congreso de las Estrellas in Mexico. He will also be one of the producers representing Canada in the World Hereford Conference Young Breeders Competition this fall. MJT hosts their bull sale the second Saturday of February at the ranch and always has an open spot at the table any time of year for a visit or a tour. Matt's an outstanding former 4-H'er, an outstanding ambassador for agriculture and purebred cattle, and we're very happy to have him once again carry on the tradition of the extraordinary young judges that the JAS Classic Cattle Show presented by UFA Agricultural Community Foundation brings to sort through our livestock. This is the first class of our junior show. Assisting Matt Trefiak as our ring staff are Devin Kiziak and Lane Foster. Cole Dodson, Garrett McPherson, and Brock Mashmeyer are out back as our marshals, and they've done a great job for us. We really appreciate all their effort and time. Of course, our barn boss is Murray Skippen. And ladies and gentlemen, you're going to have the opportunity to hear from him all afternoon, but with his first set of comments as the Open Show official judge at our JAS Classic Cattle Show presented by UFA Agricultural Community Foundation, here is Matthew Trefiak.
Thanks for the introduction, Rob, and thank you to the organizers here for having me today. I think we start off the day here with a really competitive class. This gray steer that leads the class out here, he's not the freest moving steer when you get him out on the go. I think he gets a little tighter in on his rear pasterns and stiffer up through his hip. But when we start, analyzing these steers, I start going at this time of year, we're looking at a market steer class. It's no longer prospect steer. And this steer is kind of where I want him to be in terms of overall finish, muscle shape. He carries his depth and muscle in through his twist. I really like how deep and full and expressive he is in through his ribs and his middle. He's got a super wide top to him and a big hip, and still maintains the presence and freshness in the front end to just have a real elite kind of presence here in the ring. We go into the second place steer, this tan steer, and this is a steer that he probably gets out and moves better than the steer ahead of him. I think this steer's got some gas in the tank left to go as he goes and finishes out. I love how long-bodied he is, how big he is in his hip. They kind of type pretty similar. He doesn't carry his muscle as well into his twist. He is a little deeper in through his flank, but I would just like to see a little more muscle expression and width in throughout when you get in behind him down through that twist to go to the top steer spot. We get into a pair of black steers here that I had a bit of a debate on because there's two styles. I think the steer that goes in third is the one that when you start looking in terms of a market animal, he's going to deceive you in terms of he's where he needs to be for finish. I think this is a steer when you start looking at him from a carcass point and a cutability point and what we're looking for when it comes to the value chain, he's going to be where we need to be. He's really sound. He gets out and moves super long. We could have a little more muscle shape in through his stifle in that lower third, but a really nice steer to fit into the third spot. This black steer that follows him up, this is a steer that has a little more of the show presence. He's got the bigger hip. He's got enough finish on him. I'd like to see him a little more, and it's a good thing because I'm assuming that this steer's probably going to keep going down the road, and I think he's still got a lot of place to go in terms of getting finished out and growing out and being super competitive. So I'd love to see where he's going to be closer to a month from now. We go into the red steer here. The bottom pairing, I guess, they're two steers that follow in type and kind. I think they're a little greener than the ones above them. They're both super really good moving steers when they get on the move. They're long spined. They have enough hip to them, but they don't carry that muscle down into their twist quite as much or expressive into their stifle and the fat cover into their flank and brisket. So overall, great set of steers, and look forward to continuing on here today.
And many thanks, Judge Trefiak. First place honors in our first class, sponsored by Fountain Tire Fort Saskatchewan, is Briggs Blanchette with Mouse. His Charlet Cross steer weighing 1,235 pounds is entry number 621. We'll be seeing Briggs and Mouse in our Grand Champion Steer Drive. We'll also be seeing Mason Zwicker with his Charlet steer weighing 1,222 pounds, Teddy, entry number 626. If you're marking a show program, entry number 615 places 6th in class. Entry number 607 is 4th. 617 is 5th. Entry 606 is 3rd. 626 is 2nd. And entry 621 places 4th. Next into the ring will be a class of 7. Ranging in weight from 1246 to 1270, so only a 24-pound weight difference. in this group of 7 steers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And Judge Matt Trefiak, your class is complete. The next group of sponsors we wish to spotlight include Twine Design and Graphics, S&T Raminsky Angus, Donovan and Kim Moore, Rasilvia Cattle Company, Tandem Tea Farms, Interpipeline, and MCK Farms. Of course, they're all sponsors of this extraordinary show, the JAS Classic Cattle Show, presented by UFA Agricultural Community Foundation. The UFA Agricultural Community Foundation is proud to stand by rural communities and are here to provide the support that rural communities need to flourish. At this particular event, this great show, the UFA Foundation is here because you're here and are working together for the future of agriculture. Many thanks to the UFA Agricultural Community Foundation and their support of our JAS Classic Cattle Show. And we're ready with comments from Judge Matt Trefiak.
Apologize for the little bit of confusion there in the ring. So it took a little longer here to get through this class than anticipated. With that being said here, I started off with a red and white steer here that I like a lot of things about. I think it's the steer that is really where he needs to be in terms of condition. He's the longest spine steer, the deepest flanked one, and just overall I think the most complete. I think when he gets out and moves, for the amount of condition and mass he has, he's extremely sound and good on the go, which I really admire about him. He's got that muscle shape in that lower third, the hip width over his hip, the expression and fill in through his stifle and twist. So I think this is a steer that's just a really good, complete market animal, and he's got enough present. I mean, he's got plenty of hair, and just those pieces put together, I guess, gives me the best of both worlds between the show steer and the market animal there. We follow him up with a black steer here that's really impressive when he gets out on the profile. He does cut up a little more in his flank. He gets a little stiffer in his pasterns as he gets out on the move, but he's really showing nice fronted, smooth-shouldered steer. I think he's got plenty of muscle and expression in this lower third here, and you get him behind him, he's super nice and deep in through his twist. Again, when we start comparing apples to oranges, although he's more expressive, he's just he doesn't have the fill in through his flank and length of spine of the steer above him, and so for that, he's just going to sit where he is today. We go into a black and white steer that, probably has a lot of the same qualities as this, the black one that led him off here. I think it's a steer that, again, is a little tighter on the move, knuckles a bit in his passions. I mean, they are market animals at this stage, so it's not that important, but it is something when it comes to how they get out of move. He tends to break in his hip due to that fact, I think, and just get a little more soft in through his back and his spine as he gets resting here. But with that being said, he's got lots of volume and substance in through his middle. I think he's plenty wide with lots of muscle in through his twist, but I just like to get him out moving a little cleaner and just help him hold that spine in together out on the move and on the rest, and I think we could have a top-end steer to compete a little higher. We go into the fourth place steer here, and this is a steer that I think has a lot of presence to him. There's a lot of width when you get in behind them. I think there's plenty of rib, and it just carries that width throughout all the way one end to the other while maintaining a show presence look. I think it's when we start looking at the musculature of the hind end where those premium cuts are, and we could see a little more stifle muscle and natural expression there. He's really well presented. I just think that because of that, he sits where he does today. We go into these three steers here in the bottom, and I think there's a lot of similarities and some differences between them. The black steer here that sits here is, I think, probably the most finished out of them. He's the one that has the most fill and condition for the day of age that they're at. And I think when it comes to doing that and comparing them as a market animal, he's really nice at getting out and moving, but he's got what we need in terms of cutability. He's ready to go tomorrow if need be. And so for that, he's going to kind of lead off that pack. We go into the red steer here that follows him up, super long spine steer, big hip. I just like to see a little more condition on him, a little more muscle carried deep down into his twist. And just a little bit more flank to compete a little higher. And we round off the class with just the greenest steer in the class. I think he's an exceptional steer in his own right. He just needs a little more days on feed, and he's going to be a really interesting one here come a month from now. So thank you to all the exhibitors.
And thanks very much, Judge Trefiak. First place honors is entry 609, Jaron Lehman with Mufasa. The 1,270-pound steer is our class winner and will advance on behalf of the Prairie Cove Charlet-sponsored middleweight steer class into our champion drive in the pole position. And Riley Borson will also be there with Elvis, entry number 612, his 1,246-pound Angus Cross steer who finishes second in class. If you're marking a show program on our Prairie Cove Charlet middleweight steer class number 20, entry number 612 places second. Entry 624 is fourth. Entry 611 is seventh. Entry 618 places third. Entry 614 is fifth in class. 610 is sixth. And entry 609 is first. That's our class winner. We expect 6 steers to be coming in for our heavyweight class, sponsored by Strathcona County. And our weight differential here is from 1,305 pounds to 1,508 pounds. So a 213-pound difference from our lightest weight steer to our heaviest weight steer. The first 5 steers in the class are actually spread by 51 pounds. And then we have our heavyweight at 1,518. Judge Matt Trefiak, your Strathcona County sponsored heavyweight steer class is complete. Our next class will be our Grand Champion steer class, sponsored by Rafter D4 Cattle Company and Wolf Midstream, where the top 2 from each of our preceding 3 classes will be making their way into the ring. We do also want to thank Verified Beef Producers, or VBP Plus, listed in your program, as they are the sponsor of our coffee and donut cart. Many thanks to VBP Plus for ensuring that everyone's had the opportunity to get refreshed and have refreshments through the coffee and donut cart. And as well, if you want to get your place certified for VBP Plus, the friendly folks there would be happy to help you out and get you to take advantage of the various branded programs that pay a premium for beef out of VBP Plus. And folks, if you're looking at your program, entry number 619 is being exhibited by exhibitor number 625. So just so you know, there is no substitution. Entry 619 is 625. Folks, just to let you know, what I told you is incorrect. 619 is a scratch, since 619 was our Grand Champion steer, or Reserve Grand Champion steer of the Open Show. So 619 is a scratch, 625 is Young Miss Blanchette. And we're ready with comments on the third and final split of steers. This is our Strathcona County sponsored heavyweight steer division, and here is Judge Trefiak.
It's always a pleasure to be able to judge a steer show like this. I think that, you get into this heavyweight division, and these steers are all obviously packing a punch in terms of where they're hitting in the pound department, but there's such a variation in where we're at for frame size and a couple different variables. So I guess I'll try and guide you through a little bit of why I went the way I did out here. I think we lead off the class with a black steer here that he's extremely complete in terms of getting out and moving it. I mean, he does tend to roach up a little bit in his back, but I mean, that steer's about as long as a freight train. So when it comes down to it, I think that most of that is watching him try to reach and actually hit his track in the front. Overall, it's a steer that has the muscle shape and expression in that hind quarter and carries the muscle extremely well down and through his twist. Cuts up a little bit in his flank, but when we look at overall completeness, he's the smoothest shouldered steer out there, and the one with most presence, and he's right where we need to be. So for that reason, I really like him to lead off the class. We go kind of into this mousy tan colored steer here in second. And it's a steer that I really like. He's extremely wide-topped. He's got plenty of muscle shape in through his twist and in that lower third. And he gets out and moves. I mean, he's one that I think when he's on the stand or you first watch him, you expect him to be a little tighter moving when he gets out around the ring. But he travels extremely nice. He's packing a little more punch in the finish department. I would just like to stretch him out in through his spine, a little more out through his neck. I think because of how short-necked he is, it makes him look just a little coarser shoulder than he is naturally. But again, that's just how I'm reading him today, and that could change. But yeah, if we could stretch him out, give him a little more presence, I think he'd be able to really be super competitive for the top spot there. We go into the third place steer here. This is a more moderate framed black steer, a little coarser shouldered, again, stubbier neck, but he's pretty cool. You get him behind him, and he's about as wide as a tabletop. I think that he has enough muscle in through him. We could carry it a little lower into his twist, give him a little more flank. But again, like to stretch him out, frame him up a little bit here in this heavyweight class. It just looks a little deceptive to me, but overall, he's a really, really cool steer that I like the look of overall. We follow him up with a black steer that's real long-bodied. He's long-spined. He's got plenty of width over top and natural muscle and finish on him. I think he's a little behind the other ones above him in terms of the finish department. And just a little coarser shouldered, I think mostly due to him being a little tighter made in that heart girth. I mean, that's not where the cuts and meat are that we're really looking at, but in terms of just overall visual appeal and presence in the show ring, I think that's why he falls where he does today. But a really cool steer. We go into this reddy tan steer, kind of a caramel color, and he's one that I love how extended he is, how up-headed he is into his front end. I think he ties that shoulder in nice. He's got a smooth enough scapula. The reason he looks coarser shouldered is he's just got a little less middle to him, a little less a rib shape, and I think he's got plenty of room to go in terms of getting pounds on him in feed down the road. So this is one that you're going to want to watch out for in a month from now, even come stampede time. If we can get the feed in him, I think he's going to have a real good presence there. Round off the class with a speckle steer here, just kind of the greenest in the class, a little more plain, but I think he's a really exceptional steer in his own right in terms of just being long-bodied, nice-shouldered, and has a real nice presence. So a really solid steer for the young lady here to round off the class.
And thank you, Matt. First place honors is Quinn Hagel's Larry. The 1,518-pound steer will be advancing to our Grand Champion steer class out of our heavyweight steer division, sponsored by Strathcona County. Entry 616 is first for Quinn Hagel. And in second place, entry number 625, Briar Blanchette with Sterling, her Charlet Cross steer, coming in second position and advancing to our champion drive. If you're marking a show program, entry number 605 places third, 628 places fifth. Entry 623 is sixth in class. Entry 630 is fourth. Entry 619 is a scratch, since that was the reserve grand champion steer of the open steer show. Entry 625 places second, and entry 616 is first in class. So as they come back into the ring, folks, we're going to reintroduce you to our contenders. First in our first class is Mouse, weighing 1,235 pounds. The Charlet Cross steer is our class winner of the lightweight class, entry 621 for Briggs Blanchette. And second place in that class is Teddy, the Charlet steer from Mason Zwicker, entry 626, weighing 1,222 pounds. Then into our Prairie Cove Charlet sponsored middleweight steer class. Our class winners, entry 609, Jaron Lehman with Mufasa. and weighing 1,270 pounds. And in second place, Elvis, the Angus Cross steer from Riley Borson, weighing 1,246 and entry number 612. And then from our class that just completed, our class winner is Quinn Hagel with Larry, weighing 1,518 pounds. Entry 616 is our class winner. From the Strathcona County Heavyweight Steer class, in second place, entry 625, Sterling from Briar Blanchette, the Charlet Cross steer. This is our Grand Champion Steer class, sponsored by Rafter D4 Cattle Company and Wolf Midstream. Your judge is Matt Trefiak. Once this class is done, we will have a brief moment to go and have pictures taken before we then move into the Junior Heifer Show, starting off with the heifer calves, then the bull calves, and then we'll get into the yearling heifers. And we're ready with comments from Judge Matt.
Yeah, I guess a big round of applause goes out to these exhibitors for putting all the work in and bringing these steers to town here. Give them a round of applause because this has been an exceptional set, including lots of the animals that I sent back into the barns already. Oh, that being said, I guess there's a couple different types and kinds out here, but for me, sitting here in this class, I guess these classes, it really comes down to this stage in the game, where we're at for condition. I want animals, for the most part, that have some length of spine to them and get out and move, but they also need to have the muscle shape and expression that belong on a steer, because that's where the premium roasts and cuts are in this hind quarter and along the top of that rib cage. So that width, that muscle expression, the depth of flank, and lots of length of spine. I think there's all these steers kind of embody those traits and are plenty sound enough, considering the condition they're at today, to do that. So I think we have an exceptional top end. There's two steers that kind of pattern in together out here today, and I'll go and show you who those are for your champion and reserve.
And thanks very much, Judge Matt Trefiak of Edgerton, Alberta. Looking now for the Grand Champion Steer, sponsored by Rafter D4 Cattle Company and Wolf Midstream of the Junior Show. And then the Reserve Champion. And it is going to be the heavyweight. Congratulations, Larry. Quinn Hagel's 1,518-pound steer, entry 616, is our Grand Champion. Congratulations, Quinn Hagel. Larry is our Grand Champion Junior Show steer. And our Reserve Champion is going to be the middleweight champion, Jaron Lehman, Mufasa, entry number 609 and weighing 1,270 pounds. This is our Reserve Grand Champion. So entry 616 from the heavyweight class is our Grand Champion. Entry 609 from the middleweight class is our Reserve Grand Champion. Congratulations, Quinn Hagel and Jaron Lehman. Larry and Mufasa are our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Junior Show steers, sponsored by Rafter D4 Cattle Company and Wolf Midstream. Folks, we'll just go off to the photo backdrop and have some photos taken by our official photographer, and then we'll be into our Junior Show, starting with the heifer calves. And to both the exhibitors of our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion steers, Auntie Jackie is wishing you all the best and congratulations. Auntie Jackie very proud of her nieces. And just proof of the reach of DLMS and the work of Nikki Ross, broadcasting our show courtesy of the Sholagun crew of DLMS. And our judges back, folks. Veteran judge Matthew Trefiak making his way back into the ring for the opportunity now to move into the junior show, female show. And our first class is our heifer calves. We're expecting 7 heifer calves. Please scratch entry number 632. Please scratch entry number 632. And Judge Matt Trefiak, your class is complete. This class is sponsored by Arcom Technical Services Limited. Many thanks to Arcom Technical Services Limited, sponsor of our champion heifer class, calf class. Our next class will be the bull calf class. There will be 5 bulls coming into the ring. If you've got a bull calf, please be making your way to the hitching ring. And if you're in the first split of our junior yearling heifers, please be making your way into the hitching ring as well. You'll be coming up quite quickly. As we move into the yearlings after our calf classes, we will be having champion divisions, championship classes for the junior, intermediate, and senior yearlings. So our top 2 of each of the 3 splits of junior yearlings will be advancing to our junior yearling heifer championship. There are 2 splits of intermediate yearlings. The top 2 from each of those 2 classes will be going on to the intermediate yearling championship, and then the top 2 from the 3 splits of seniors will be advancing to our champion senior yearling heifer. Then we will have a champion yearling heifer class, where our champion and reserve champion junior, intermediate, and senior heifers will be coming into the ring to determine who represents all the yearlings in our grand champion female class. The UFA Agricultural Community Foundation, presenter of our show, is proud to stand by rural communities. They are here to provide the support that rural communities need to flourish. And the UFA Agricultural Community Foundation is here at the JAS Classic Cattle Show because you're here. They are working together with all of us for the future of agriculture. Many thanks to the UFA Agricultural Community Foundation. We do have 7 draws. Please, these youth individuals, make your way to the trophy table. We have a draw prize for you. Darla Sobkow, Emily Richards, Eric Maston, Gracie Borson, Austin Bellamy, Lane Sawchuk, and Anna Lefevre. Again, could these individuals please make your way to the awards table? Eric Maston, Gracie Borson, Emily Richards, Austin Bellamy, Darla Sobkow, Lane Sawchuk, and Anna Lefevre. We have draw prizes for you. Ardell McPherson has been manning our show office all day and has been working on the graphics for all elements of the Josephburg Agricultural Society and the JAS Classic Cattle Show. Our show office assistants have been Chelsea Mashmeyer and Robin McPherson. Our weigh scale operator, Wayne Fluker, and our equipment operators, Keith Hull, Reed McPherson, Garrett McPherson, and Strathcona County staff. Paul Smith has been our hotshot service provider. And we've been very happy to have Chelsea Mashmeyer as our social media coordinator, not only today, but over the course of the weeks leading up to this event. The Facebook pages and Instagram and all the other bells and whistles of social media, Chelsea Mashmeyer has done an incredible job. Our show day clerks are Mel Fluker and Shelley Smith. And our prize table is run once again by Leah Appleman and Sean Yanchuk. Addison Appleman, our prize runner. Many thanks to all these individuals for the great job they've been doing today and in the weeks leading up to today, as it takes a village, in fact an army, to bring you the JAS Classic Cattle Show presented by UFA Agricultural Community Foundation, one last time here in the Moyer Rec Center. Next year, it's a whole new deal. And we're ready with comments on the first class of our junior show female division. On the heifer calves, here's our judge.
Thanks, Rob. Yeah, as we get into the female divisions here and start off, I think we have a really impressive set of calves here to kind of start off that whole female division. I just think that we lead the class off with a super strong Simmental female. You know, she's really long-bodied. She's got plenty of hip to her. I love, you know, the right mix of femininity and prettiness in the front end and muscle expression and power. The length of side, the hip on her, and that just neck extension. And she's got a really maternal brood cow type head on her that I think is going to go a long ways. Could clean her up a little bit in her throat latch, but I think she's going to grow into that as we go forward. The heifer that follows her here in second, she's a real stout, powerful, moderate framed heifer. I love that about her. I love that she's got that top line in her. I think that she's got plenty of rib and plenty of muscle shape. For me, she's just a touch more moderate, maybe doesn't have quite as much depth of side for the frame size she is, but she's really pretty headed and she gets out and moves exceptionally well, and I think that she's going to be a heck of a producer down the road, but that's obviously a little early to say for sure right now. We went into this young gentleman with this black heifer here coming around. She's been misbehaving for him, but he's been doing a heck of a job hanging in there. This is a real long-sided female, extended in through her front end. Nice, you know, feminine head on her. I think when we start looking at her, though, I just like to give her a little more of that depth of the side, just a touch more hip to her, and just kind of prettier up and smoother in about the top of those shoulders there. As you get in behind her, she's just a little coarser in the top of those, which just takes away a bit from her prettiness, so it can be a little higher today. We go into this tan red-colored calf here that I think she's got the muscle, you know, the crazy amount of muscle expression for her age. She's big hip, plenty of muscle, pretty enough. I think gets a little tighter when she moves already as a calf, but I mean, she's a performance heifer. That's kind of going to come with the territory. If we could tie her in a little higher at the point of her shoulder, you know, so she's a little more extended through her front end, I mean, she might just be fighting the halter today, but as we get her presented there, I think that's kind of what does her a bit of a detriment. We get into this young gentleman's heifer here. She's another big hip, real solid, wide-based female. She just turns out a bit in her scapulas, which causes her to turn out a bit at the ground. I think she's just a little too tight on the move for me. But again, that's a power heifer. It's going to happen. Just for me today, I think that's where I'd like to see her. And just a touch less crest there at the top of her neck. We get into the two females here at the bottom, and we start off with a female that I think has a lot of potential down the road. She's real green right now, obviously. I think that it does her a benefit in terms of getting out and moving at this stage. It's hard to predict where she's going to go, but if she had a little more feed, maybe days of age compared to the other ones above her, she'd be there. But that being said, she's super pretty fronted, really nice shouldered. I think she's extremely sound in the way that her angles work out through her joints as we start analyzing her skeleton. So there's a lot of potential there, and I think out of the two, she's the deeper side and deeper flanked one for me today. We round off the class. This female, if you get in behind her, she's really wide hipped. She's long-bodied. I just like to see a little more depth of rib on her. And you know what? Come back in a year, and I bet she's going to prove me right wrong where she should be sitting in the class today. But as we sit today, she's just going to round off for us. But overall, a really nice set of heifer class.
And many thanks to our judge for comments on our champion heifer calf class, sponsored by Arcom Technical Services Limited. And our champion heifer calf is Tulsa Smith with TLSA Cayenne. The Simmental heifer, entry number 635, is our Arcom Technical Services Limited champion heifer calf. We will be seeing TLSA Cayenne again in our Grand Champion Female Drive. And we'll also see GAC Zuzana N202, the Gelpfie heifer, entry 638 from Averly Pollenku. If you're marking a show program on our class number 23, sponsored by Arcam Technical Services Limited, entry number 632 was a scratch. Entry 633 places 5th. 634 is 7th in class. 635 is 1st, that's our class winner. Entry 636 is 3rd. Entry 637 is 6th. 638 places 2nd. And 639 is 4th. So we have 5 bull calves coming into the ring. We have 3, and so we do have 3 scratches for you. Please scratch entry number 644, 645, and 647. Again, please scratch entries 644, 645, and 647. Judge Matt Trefiak, your class is complete. This class also sponsored by Arcom Technical Services Limited. First and second will be our champion and reserve champion, and this is only a single and a final class for our bull calves. Our champion bull calves do not advance beyond this class, so our bull calves are done after this class.
As we get into these bull calves here, these younger calves, they definitely don't want to get out and move as nice through here. This young gentleman here in the front, this calf's been a handful, so he's got a bit of assistance, but there's nothing wrong with that. And usually, those ones that kind of rise to the top and catch your head off or catch your eye right off the bat down the road are typically a little sassier, have a touch more attitude, But we lead off the class with this black bull calf that I think he's just kind of really impressive for what we got. He's a smooth enough shoulder for how much performance and mass is there already at this day of age. I think he's exceptionally stout while still being long-bodied and extensive in through his front end. He's already having a bit of masculinity and maturity coming in that neck and that crest expression and gets out and moves really nice. I love the set of his back joints when he's on the move, and I just love that he has that muscle expression already at a young age. Not to the point where I think it's going to make him tight down the road, but it's just really impressive to see in a calf. We go into this Blaze Flaze calf. I think he's a calf that's definitely, probably has a little more show presence to him. He's a little cleaner in through his skull structure and in through his neck. I'm going to assume that he's maybe just a bit younger just because there's not quite as much expression of masculinity in that crest. And he's a little coarser shouldered for me today, and that's probably why he sits where he does. And I just find him, when he gets out on the moves, he already has just a touch of a tendency to knuckle on the back. But I don't think, seeing how that goes forward, it's anyone's game. But so I just caught that a couple times. That's why he falls in a second. But he's an exceptionally thick, stout, lots of muscle shape, and I kind of love the front end on him where he's going to be, and I think he's going to be real cool in a month or two's time. We round off the class with definitely the youngest calf here. This young lady told me that he's only a couple of weeks old, and she's done a heck of a job to have him all ready to go in here and the head clipped out. But he's kind of a cool little calf for his age. You get behind this calf, he's got a big old hip on him, he's wide-topped, and he's really wide stout-based. And so Kudos to you, young lady, for bringing them out, and I think you got a really good taste. Just in terms of overall performance and where we're looking at today, gets a little outclassed by the two above them.
And thank you, Matt. First place in our champion bull calf, sponsored by RCAM Technical Services Limited, is Austin Pollenque with GAC Nile N201. The Gelbfie bull calf, entry 648, is our class winner, and our champion, our reserve champion, the Simmental bull Wilson, entry 646 from Sarah Bowman. And rounding out the field, entry number 649, placing third. If you're holding onto a pen and you're looking for placings on class number 24, sponsored by RCAM Technical Services Limited, entry 644 is a scratch. Entry 645 also a scratch. 646 is second in class. 647 is a scratch. 648 is first, and 649 is third in class. Well, folks, we move now into the first of 3 splits of junior yearling heifers that will be followed by a champion junior yearling heifer division. So we'll be looking for 7 heifers to be coming into this first of our 3 splits of junior yearling heifers. These are heifers ranging in age from September through April of last year. And the class is sponsored by MCK Farms. Many thanks to MCK Farms, sponsor of all 3 of our splits in the junior yearling heifer division. There are a couple of scratches in our first split. Please scratch entry number 655 and entry number 657. Please scratch entries 655 and 657. And so with those 2 scratches of entry 655 and 657, leaving 5 in split number 1, sponsored by MCK Farms, Judge, your class is complete. We do have a bunch of exhibitor draws. Would the following exhibitors please make your way to the trophy table, please? Tavianne Yoder, Ava Mosher, Abby Rancier, Caitlin Elsner, Sienna Borson, Landon Brandel, Aubrey Fraser, Reese Hofstra, Kylie Bellamy, and Kaylor Eaton. Again, if the following individuals would come to the awards table, we do have a draw for you. Landon Brandel, Aubrey Fraser, Reese Hofstra, Kylie Bellamy, Kaylor Eaton, Sienna Borson, Caitlin Elsner, Abby Rancier, Ava Mosher, and Tavianne Yoder, please, to the awards table. Once again, of our 3 junior yearling splits, the top 2 will advance to our champion junior yearling heifer division championship. And our judges made his selections. He'll talk the class now. Here is Matt Trefiak.
What a yearling division here to lead off the charge. I guess I started with the female. I think that strikes you the hardest when she gets out in the ring. I think she's probably got an exceptional level of preparation into her in terms of presentation and feeding. With that being said, maybe just a touch farther along in conditioning than I'd personally like to see at this stage of the game, but she's a heck of a female. She gets out and moves very nice. I think she's got the most center mass of body, biggest hip on her, and she's just extremely elevated out of the point of her shoulder with a real maternal head to her, and just for how much condition she has to be as clean-fronted as she is and through the throat latch and then have the shape fall through from one end to the other. I just really love those things about her, and so pretty handy top of the class for me here today. We go into the red female that follows her up, and I think she's got some similarities in terms of where we're at for center mass and maternal skull structure and extension of the neck and where she comes out of the point of her shoulders. I think that she's a female that when we could use a little more, I guess, we could probably give her a little more depth through her flank, get her out moving. She's just a tick short when she gets out behind her pace as she gets out around the ring. I'd like to also get in behind her and just see her a little wider in her hooks and her pins as compared to the female in front of her. But overall, just a really nice red female that I think she's kind of the definition of what a productive cow kind of is going to look like. We get into the black female here in third. I think this is a female that she's really pretty in her own right. She's got enough extension in through her neck. She's kind of, being a bit of a pain for the young lady leading her, but Mitch maybe made it a little harder to tell how she tracks as she gets out there, but plenty wide in through her hip, long enough bodied. I think where for me it is she's again a little more open into the top of her shoulder and a little coarser as it carries down, going towards her leg set, and then so for that she's going to sit where she does today. We go to the young gentleman's female here, this red heifer. I think this is a heifer that she's really pretty, nice fronted, clean fronted. I think she's probably one of the greener ones in the class. We could use a little more conditioning to compete with the ones above her, so she just gets a little outclassed in terms of performance. But super sound, gets out and moves, and a really pretty heifer, I think, that has a lot of potential for him. The young lady that rounds it out, this heifer, she was definitely being a pain, which can make it a little difficult to analyze. I think it's pretty similar reasons why she sits here. We're just a little behind in terms of the condition. But with that being said, you can see the makings of a really cool heifer here. She's super refined, feminine, and extended into her front end in a really freaky way. I think if she gets some feed and drops that middle and hopefully her flank, she's going to be a really neat heifer to analyze down the road.
And thanks to Judge Trefiak for comments on the first of the 3 splits of junior yearling heifers sponsored by MCK Farms. Cooper Axton, entry 661, has our class winner with Campbell's Abigail 4116. The Angus heifer is our class winner and will advance to our junior yearling heifer division championship, but we'll also get to see Tennessee Schneider, entry 658, in there as well with red NLF Eva 409M. If you're marking a show program, entry number 655 in class number 25 is a scratch. Entry 656 places 5th. Entry 661 is 1st. Entry 657, also a scratch. Entry 658 is second. 659 is fourth, and entry 660 is sixth in class. We're expecting 6 heifers to be coming into our next class, our second of the 3 splits. Actually, we're expecting 7, and they are all here. And so, Judge Matt Trefiak, your class is complete. If you're marking a show program, you will see entry 688 in this class. If you actually flip to class 29, that's where you'll find entry 688. But the birth date is incorrect on entry 688 in class 29. The correct birth date is March 10th. So that's why you see her coming into class number 26. So please move entry 688 from class 29 up to class 26, and that means that Judge Matt Trefiak, your class is complete. We do have some more draw prizes at the prize table for Jensen Jacobs, Riley Borson, Merritt Waltz, Briar Blanchette, Tennessee Schneider, and Shay Noble. If Briar Blanchette, Tennessee Schneider, Shay Noble, Jensen Jacobs, Riley Borson, and Merritt Waltz could make your way to the awards table, please. We do have prizes for you. Brilliant recovery, young lady. The UFA Agricultural Community Foundation is proud to stand by rural communities and is here to provide the support rural communities need to flourish. At the JAS Classic Cattle Show, the UFA Agricultural Community Foundation is here because you're here, working together for the future of agriculture. This is, after all, the JAS Classic Cattle Show presented by UFA Agricultural Community Foundation. Our official show photographer is Tia Schramm and team. Miss Gregoire out there helping her as well with both candids as well as at the photo backdrop. We're very proud to be able to have had Tia Schramm, I think, is the official photographer for the majority of our JAS Classic cattle shows. The only thing that stood between her and being the photographer here is when she was an exhibitor. If any of you want pictures of your projects, please head on over to the JAS Classic photo backdrop, and Tia will be there to take your picture and be happy to fix you up. 7D Media, official show photographer. Father David, the leap over those panels was pretty impressive. I think the 40s are looking pretty good on you. And we're ready with comments from our judge.
Hello? There we go. A really exceptional set of females here. I think the quality runs extremely deep in this class, and I don't really care who the judge is. They could probably cut it quite a few ways and be absolutely and totally right. But for me, I think we started off with a female that embodies a lot of the right things for me. I think this blaze face heifer that leads off the class is one that's just so nice and maternal in her skull structure. She comes out of the point of her shoulder and extends her neck. So nice. I think for how much mass and power is there, she's at the right level of condition, and so she retains that freshness and youthfulness into her front end and falls back when bending that femininity, curve bending femininity, and really putting the power and the middle mass to her. I think when we look at her at the ground, we can put a little more heel under her. But overall, with all the traits she has, I don't think it's going to be a detriment, and she's just really exceptional that way in terms of being kind of the high volume, high performance, but extremely functional and pretty cow. We go into this white female here. This is the performance female of the class. I think that it's hard to find one that's longer with as much width and throughout, and just an overall balanced specimen. I think when she gets out and moves, just how massive she is and powerful she is, just gets a little touch tighter. I'd just like to clean her up a little bit into her brisket. She's a little touch further along in her conditioning right now, but I love a lot of things. She's good at the ground, really nice and through the angles of her joints, and smooth shouldered for how much power and mass is there. And so a really exceptional female to put us or give us her second spot. We go into the younger white heifer here, and this young lady's had a real hard time with her. I mean, she's been a bit of a pain, and as a spring breeder, I really do love seeing these young animals come out. So kudos to you, because this is a truly exceptional junior heifer. I think when we start comparing her to the ones above her, she gets a little just outclassed in the performance department. But for her age, you could argue that she could probably take the class from that standpoint. She's got plenty of width of her hips. I mean, she does come in a little tighter as we get back towards her tail head, but she's wide-based, really sound at the ground, and just a really pretty heifer to fall in that third spot. We go into a red female that, on the profile, I love how deep she is, how much rib and mass is there, and how pretty she is into the skull structure in her front end. I think we get a little plainer in about her shoulder, and as you get in behind her, we just get a little flatter in her rib shape, which isn't to say that there's going to be anything wrong with her as a production cow and producing high-end animals, but just as we sit in the class today, that's why she's going to sit where she does. Young gentleman's white heifer here, I think, is plenty extended and pretty in through her front end. I think that she's got plenty of hip to her. I just like to see a little more center body and overall middle third in her and rib shape for how much condition she has on her right now. But really sound at the ground and just an overall solid heifer. We get into a pair of greener heifers here to lead off the class, and I mean they've been really difficult for these young ladies too, but they've done really well to keep it cool and collected in here. And so out of the two, I think we have one with just a little more muscle shape and a rib shape. But when you get in behind her and just a touch smoother shouldered, and then we get to a female that's exceptionally sound and agile around the ring, just needs a touch more condition and performance to compete at the top end of the class today.
And thanks, Judge Trefiak. First place honors in this MCK Farm sponsored second split of our junior yearling heifers is Brooklyn Bolter's Boss Lake Ms. L 415M, the Simmental heifer, exhibitor number 673. We'll be seeing Brooklyn and Ms. L in our champion drive of the junior yearling heifers, and we'll also get to see Aubrey Fraser with her main Anjou heifer, entry number 672, CML Wilma 442M. If you're marking a show program on class number 26, entry 668 is third in class, entry 669 is seventh, entry 670 is sixth, 671 is fifth, 672 places second, 673 is first, and the addition to your show program from class number 29, entry 688, places fourth. We're looking for 7 yearling heifers to be coming into our third and final split of our junior yearling heifers. And these are all February heifers, born over 11 days. February 24th is the youngest to February 13th at the oldest. And entry number 675 is a scratch from your class. Please scratch entry number 675. And 680 is also a scratch. Leaving us with 5 heifers, please scratch entry 675 and 680. Our third split of junior yearling heifers, sponsored by MCK Farms, is complete. To provide you a reminder of our sponsors, I've been dividing them into 4 groups, and that would include Rafter D4 Cattle Company, Strathcona County Farm Credit Canada, Josephburg Ag Society, Prairie Cove Charlet, the Bullock family, Fountain Tire at Fort Saskatchewan, Ardrossan Rec and Egg Society, and H.R. Hahn Angus Hahn Meat Market. Many thanks to those sponsors of our 2025 JAS Classic Cattle Show presented by UFA Agricultural Community Foundation. One final time here at the Moyer Rec Center in Josephburg, Alberta. Starting in 2026, we'll still be hosted by the Josephburg Agricultural Society, but we will no longer be in Josephburg. And our judge has made his placements. Now he'll tell us all about it, folks. Matt Trefiak.
I apologize for the bit of the delay there. I guess when it came to these top two animals, I think they're both really exceptional in their own right. I do think there's some stark differences in terms of where I see their type and kind of how they are as a profile and as you get them out on the move. You know, there's a lot of things I love about each one of them and some things I'd really change about each one of them. And so they're a little different type and kind, so I really wanted to try and make sure that I guess the one that I use is following and staying true to kind of what I'm going to look for personally. We lead off with this gentleman's white heifer here, and I think she's the one that, you know, probably puts the most good together in the right amount of package. You know, she's high performance, high volume. I think she's extremely pretty in through her front end, and she's definitely far enough in her condition, but wears it really well. What I love about her is I guess she carries the muscle shape, you know, in through her hind end without having a real steery or masculine look to it, and maintains the overall prettiness throughout. Super deep bodied, extremely balanced, and I love that. You know, when you get her out on the move, she's real good at the base. You know, she's got a great foot on her and tracks awfully nice. Wants to swing her legs inside of her skeleton a little bit when you get in behind her, but that's about the only detriment. And so I guess when I noticed that, that's what made me really sit and compare what I wanted to do here in the top two, because this roan heifer, I mean, this is the superstar in terms of show heifer appeal and ring presence. You know, look how elevated she is out of the point of her shoulder and in through her skull structure. I think as modern as she is, she's got so much mass and middle and capacity to her, and just width when you get in behind her. A little flatter muscled, which is more of a breed trait thing, I think, for me. But the reason she kind of sat where she did today, I'd just like to see a little more heel on her, as I think we're we could alter some things at the ground there to just really make her that next level of elite. She's already a phenomenal heifer. That's just one thing I'd really want to change. We go into this roan heifer that follows her up, and I think on the profile, this is a female that is long-bodied, real deep-sided. She's pretty enough in through her skull and super nice in through her shoulder. I love how much bone and foot there is at the ground and how she sets up there. When we get in behind her, got enough hip to her. I guess I'd just like to see a little more rib shape and just a little more swoop to the belly as we get in, looking at her on that profile to compete a little higher with the top two there. We round off the class with a young gentleman here. He's been coming back through this ring again and again, and I think he's doing an exceptional job getting these animals shown. I think this is a heifer that, when you look at her, she's widest in the top for her out of the two, and really, you know, stays true and level in there. I think that she's super sound, gets out and moves, and the same with this young lady. It's a real sound heifer. Just rounds off a little more as you get analyzing her and her hind end, and we can just use a little bit more a condition on the both to compete with the ones above them. But overall, a really nice set of heifers.
And thanks very much, Matt. Placings on this really nice set of heifers. Our third split of our junior yearling division, sponsored by MCK Farms, is led off by entry 679 Kaylor Eaton, SVY Cover Girl 434M. The Charlet heifer from Kaylor will be our representative from the third split in our champion division drive for the junior yearling heifers. And Bryn Yoder will also be coming back in for that with entry 678 DASF Billie Jean BF 27MET, the shorthorn heifer, placing second in class. Marking your show program on class number 27, entry 675 is a scratch. 676 places fifth. 677 is fourth in class. 678 is second. 679 is first. 680 is a scratch, and entry 681 places third in class. So now this is our Junior Yearling Championship, sponsored by Tandem T Farms. Many thanks to Tandem T Farms, sponsor of our champion Junior Yearling Heifer Division winners. And here they come back in to contend for the opportunity to represent all the junior yearlings in our champion yearling drive. From our first split is Cooper Axton, entry 661, his Angus heifer, Campbell's Abigail 4116. And second place in that class, Tennessee Schneider with the Red Angus Red NLF Eva 409M, entry 658. From our second split, Brooklyn Bolter had our class winner with entry 673, the Simmental heifer Boss Lake Ms. L 415M. And in second place in that class, definitely a Charlet heifer, CML Wilma 442M for Aubrey Fraser, entry 672. And then from our most recently completed class, our class winner is again a Charlet, SVY Cover Girl 434M, entry 679, Kaylor Eaton. And in second place, Bryn Yoder with her Shorthorn heifer, entry 678, DASF Billie Jean BF 27MET. This is our champion junior yearling heifer drive, sponsored by Tandem T Farms. We do want to acknowledge some draw prizes. Would the following individuals please make your way to the trophy table? And it's okay, Tennessee, you can wait until after this class is done. Tyler Visser, Tennessee Schneider, Haley Walgenbach, Gina Sobkow, and Shelby Serafinchin. If Shelby Serafinchin, Haley Walgenbach, Gina Sobkow, Tennessee Schneider, and Tyler Visser could make your way to the awards table, please. We do have a draw prize for you, and it's a tasty one. And Judge Matt Trefiak is ready to comment on his Junior Yearling Championship, sponsored by Tandem T Farms. Folks, here's Matt.
I think, you know, we get into the division, it just shows how competitive these classes have been already at the bottom end of it. I sent a lot of great heifers back to the barn. I think we have a group of females out here. I'm not going to talk much more on them, but really the top ones kind of epitomize what I think is a nice balance between long-term functional female and show ring presence, and you know, hopefully getting some real production history and performance out of the offspring out of some of these females. So top end grade of females here in this division. So let's give a round of applause for the exhibitors, and I'll go and select who's going to come out of that.
Looking for our champion and reserve champion junior yearlings, sponsored by Tandem T Farms, and the heifers that will advance to our champion yearling class. And we're going to go to the very first split. Cooper Axton's Campbell's Abigail 4116, the Angus heifer, entry 661, is our junior yearling champion. Congratulations to Cooper Axton. And our second division, entry 673, will be our reserve champion, Brooklyn Bolter, Boss Lake Ms. L 415M. The Simmental heifer will be advancing in our reserve junior yearling championship. So congratulations, entry 661 and 673. Those are the first two pieces of the puzzle in our champion yearling drive. We move now into the first of two splits of intermediate yearlings. And as our intermediate yearlings are getting ready, the first split to come into the ring, we do want to provide you with a few updates coming out of the open section of our show. Advancing in junior showmanship. From the 4-H section, we had Tulsa Smith qualify. Coming out of the open section, we'd like to add Briar Blanchette, Briggs Blanchette, and Gracie Borson to that list. So far, our junior showmanship qualifiers are Tulsa Smith, Briar Blanchette, Briggs Blanchette, and Gracie Borson. And Brooklyn Bolter. Also, Brooklyn Bolter is advancing in junior showmanship at this point in time. So right now, there are 5 junior qualifiers. In intermediate showmanship, Heidi Pass actually had qualified out of 4-H, and we want to add Kayan Eaton, Quinn Hagel, and Aubrey Fraser. So our 4 intermediate showman qualifiers at this point: Heidi Pass, Kayan Eaton, Quinn Hagel, and Aubrey Fraser. And in senior showmanship, Max Burris had qualified out of 4-H. And out of the open show, Riley Borson, Tavianne Yoder, and Cheyenne Jacobson also qualified. So right now, our senior showman qualifiers include Max Burris, Riley Borson, Tavi Yoder, and Cheyenne Jacobson. In the ring now, the first of our 2 splits of intermediate yearling heifers. So folks, in this class number 29, sponsored by Prairie Cove Charlet, you will notice, of course, entry 688 has already shown. She moved up to class 26, and 690 is also a scratch. And just one change on entry number 687. Please note that this is Bronwyn's heifer, not Mason's. Entry 687, this is Bronwyn and not Mason. I think Bronwyn thinks it's a considerable upgrade. A few more of our sponsors include Global Machine and Supply Incorporated, Willow Hills Animal Reboot, Crop Management Network, Ignite Oilfield Services, Foundation Equine, KR Charlet, RME and Camrose, that's Rocky Mountain Equipment and Camrose, and VBP Plus. Many thanks to VBP Plus for providing us with our coffee and donut cart. Canadians are very proud to be fueled by coffee and donuts. And our judge is ready to comment on his first split of 2 in the intermediate yearlings. This class sponsored by the Bullocks of Prairie Cove Charlet. And folks, here's Matt.
I think we have a really interesting set of yearlings to lead off our next division here. I think what I ended up doing with going with this white female here is I definitely went for one that I think is one of the fresher ones in the ring right now. I'm not saying she's not carrying enough condition because, I mean, she's definitely starting to fill out in her brisket, but she just gets out, moves around the ring, is probably the freest in through her skeleton. I think that she's extremely elevated out of the top of her shoulder, really good at the ground. I love the angles to her joints, and you know, especially you start looking at the set of her shoulder. Maybe, yeah, we could turn it in just a touch so she doesn't look quite as coarse, but I think as she grows and fills out, it's not really going to be a problem. The young lady's female here that comes up behind her with the blaze face, I think this is a female that does a lot of things right. I think she's, you know, nice big top. She's extremely pretty into her front end. I'd like to extend her out in her neck, maybe bring her in a little bit again, that scapula and shoulder to just smooth out that front end. But overall, extremely balanced and correct and muscular. And I think for me, where's the condition that she's carrying? Just a touch better than the heifer that falls behind her of this young gentleman's here. Similar type and kind, we start analyzing the front end. You know, they're performance females for sure. I think that she's just the one that ends up with how she's wearing the conditioning, looking just a touch too coarse for me today as we start looking at the brisket and how she's wearing it around her shoulders, and just ends up making her look a little coarser shouldered. But I love how much mass she has in body to her, and I think she's plenty pretty enough. She's got the performance and volume. You get in behind her. She's probably going to be one that I'll slap my head when I see her again as a cow and think, what did I do? But today, I think she's going to land right there for me. The young lady here with this green tagged heifer, I think this is a heifer that does a lot of things right on the profile. You know, she's extremely balanced, nice and deep-bodied. I think she carries that depth in through her flank. I think for me right now today, she just rounds off a touch in her hip and is just too far in her condition, and it kind of inhibits her a little bit on the move as compared to the ones above her. We round off with this young lady's baldy blaze face heifer here, and I think it's a female that, you know, is really maternal scald, has enough neck extension to her. I'd like to see it tie in a little higher on that shoulder, but I think she's extremely long spine, got plenty of hip. We could add just a touch of depth and a little more volume capacity to her to just compete with the females that came ahead of her.
And many thanks, Judge Trefiak. First place honors goes to Briar Blanchette with SVY TR Ms. LC 431M. The Charlet heifer, entry 686, is our class winner of the first split of our intermediate yearling heifer, sponsored by Prairie Cove Charlet, the Bullocks of Alex, Alberta. And in second place in that class, Natalie Koberstein with TK Joy 33M, the purebred Simmental heifer, entry 689. If you're marking your show program on the Prairie Cove sponsored intermediate yearling heifer class, entry 685 places third, 686 is first in class, 687 is fourth, 688 was moved to a prior class, 689 was second, 690 was a scratch, and entry 691 places fifth. So coming into the ring now, we're expecting 4 yearling heifers, and Judge Trefiak, your class is complete. This is our second and final of the splits of our intermediate yearlings. If you do have a pen and a show program, you can scratch entry 697 and 698. Please scratch entries number 697 and 698. And please note entry 693. The correct name is Circle C Have Faith 412M. Again, the correct name on entry number 693 is Circle C Have Faith 412M. This class is sponsored by Tandem Tea Farms. Many thanks to Tandem Tea for your support of this second intermediate yearling heifer split class. very much. And we're ready with comments now from Judge Matt Trefiak on his second and final split of intermediate yearling heifers sponsored by Tandem T Farms.
Really nice head here to round off this division. I think we went with the young gentleman here at the lead with the black heifer. I think she does, puts together the right combination of performance and eye appeal. She's extremely extensive in through her front end. Really nice and maternal in her skull strape. I think, she's definitely far enough along in her condition. Her brisket's starting to fill out. But considering how much mass and capacity she has in the middle and in through her stifle in her lower third, the overall picture of her is that when she gets out and moves, she doesn't really miss a beat. She doesn't knuckle. She doesn't sag. And so for that reason, I think she definitely deserves that top spot because of how she's just combining so many of the great foundations for me to sit there. The young gentleman here has had a bit of a battle going on with this white female, but he's kept a smile on his face and he's doing good. I think that this is a female that's extremely long-sided. She's got plenty of length to her and a nice big hip when you get in behind her. A really nice muscle shape in her lower end. I guess for me, where it gets to, she tracks really nice, but I think we can just prop her up a touch at the heels on her hind wheels, and if we can correct that, she would have easily been way more competitive there in the top end. But I think that in terms of mass, power, and functionality, she's right there with the top female. We get to this young ladies here, black heifer, to sit here, and I think this is a female that is just a little plainer made as compared to the top two. She's a little coarser shouldered, but she's plenty maternal around her skull structure. She's got plenty of depth in through her and width over top, but rounds off in her hip. Can use a touch more hip or touch more heel to her, but I think overall a really functional female that this young lady has. Again, just like to see a touch more performance to compete with the ones above her. We round out with the class with the greenest female in the ring, which is, I think, really a admirable trait to her. I think that it helps her move around the ring as she's just a touch straighter hawked, but wide topped, lots of rib, and a really nice skull on her. So overall, a really functional female to round out the class.
And thanks to our judge. First place honors and advancing to our next class, the Intermediate Yearling Heifer Division Champion, with the sponsorship from this split number 2 from Tandem T Farms, is Levi Bygrove, entry 696 with Twin Springs Miss 19M. The Simmental heifer is our class winner. And the Charolais heifer from Michael Richards, entry 693, places second. That's Circle C Have Faith 412M. We'll see both those heifers again, but to give you the full placings as we move down your show program on class number 30, entry number 693 places second. 694 is third. Entry 695 is fourth. 696 is first in class. 697 is a scratch, and 698 also a scratch. So as they come back into the ring, these are our contenders for our champion and reserve champion intermediate yearling heifer, sponsored by Twine Design and Graphics. Many thanks to Twine Design and Graphics. The champion female may very well be entry number 686, SVY Ms. LC431M, the Charolais heifer from Briar Blanchette, or it could be the first place from the second split, Levi Bygrove, with entry 696, the Simmental heifer, Twin Springs Miss 19M. To potentially vie for the Reserve Champion Award from our first split, you've got Natalie Koberstein with entry 689, TK Joy 33M, the Simmental heifer, and second place from our second split is Michael Richards with Circle C Have Faith 412M, entry number 693. This is our champion intermediate yearling heifer, sponsored by Twin Design and Graphics, judged by Matthew Trefiak of Edgerton, Alberta, MJT Cattle Company.
Okay, DJ. You're good.
And we're ready with comments from Matt on his declaration of the Intermediate Yearling Championship. Without any further delay, here's Matt Trefiak.
Thanks, Rob. No, I think we have a really, really strong set of intermediate females here. The quality's just been continuing on as I expected it would with this show. But overall, I'm not going to really talk about the females too much again here. I think, a little bit of everything in here, more or less. Probably have some that would pair up better with other ones from the other classes. But I think for me today, I'm just going to go out and select who I think is going to come out of this division.
And many thanks to our judge. And it is going to be entry number 696, Twin Springs Miss 19M, the Simmental Heifer from Levi Bygrove, and the reserve shall be from our first split, Briar Blanchette's Charlet Heifer, entry 686, SVY TR Ms. Elsie, 431M. Congratulations, entry 696 and 686. Champion and reserve champion of our intermediate division, sponsored by Twin Design and Graphics. We'll be seeing them in our yearling championship at the completion of our senior yearling, 3 splits, and division championship. So don't get too comfortable, Levi and Briar, because you're coming back. So, folks, we now move into our senior yearling heifer division. Our first class, the first split, is sponsored by Downhill Simmental, and we're expecting 6 yearling heifers to be making their way into the ring. There is one scratch from your show program, and that would be entry number 704. Of course, that is our reserve grand champion female of the open show, so is not eligible because of that placing to show in the junior show. So entry 704 is scratched because she's already awesome and she doesn't get to be declared awesome twice at the JAS Classic Cattle Show. And also, when 702 comes into the ring, please note, folks, that the name of this heifer is Circle C Lush 401M. Again, entry number 702 is Circle C Lush 401M. And in addition to 704, we also have a scratch of 701. Please scratch 701 and 706. Please also scratch 706, leaving us with 4 yearling heifers for Judge Matt Trefiak. Oh, no, here's 706. Five heifers in our Downhill Simmental sponsored senior yearling heifer split number 1. There were 2 additional senior showmen that have qualified for our senior showmanship finals. And those include Bryn Yoder and Levi Bygrove. So we had previously announced Max Burris, Riley Borson, Tavy Yoder, and Cheyenne Jacobson. Bryn Yoder and Levi Bygrove have also qualified for the senior showmanship finals based on their outstanding performance as showmen in the junior show. Another 25% or quarter of our major sponsors include Wolf Midstream, Wayne Building Products, Downhill Simmental, Rio Grande Angus, Fort Saskatchewan 4-H Beef Club, Reed's Custom Farming, ABP, the central zone of our Alberta beef producers, our industry body in the province, and the Lloydminster Pet Pad. Many thanks to those sponsors of our 2025 JAS Classic Cattle Show presented by UFA Agricultural Community Foundation. And we're ready with comments from our judge, Matthew Trefiak, on his first of the 3 splits of senior yearling heifers sponsored by Downhill Simmental. Folks, here's Matt.
I think we have a really exceptional female to lead off this class. I think this black heifer here, you know, she's large in charge. She gets in the ring and she moves out exceptionally well for how much center mass and body and weight there is there. You know, she's a high volume, high capacity, big hipped, high performing female that just has the foundations at the ground. And then as you follow her all the way up, there's just really a lot of great traits to her. You know, to have that much power, be as feminine and pretty and through her front end as she is I think, a feat that's hard to come by. And so I think that's why she's going to sit where she does here. The young gentleman here in second place is, this red female is definitely a little greener than some of the other females in the ring here, but I think she's exceptionally sound at the ground when she gets out and moves. She, you know, gets out and does it right. You know, she hits her track, has enough heel to her, and for me, that's kind of what we're really looking for. Combine that with how long-bodied she is and how much center mass she already has for how green she is and the skull structure and neck extension she has in the front end. I think she kind of follows up nicely here as a more conservative version in the weight department to the female in front of her. We go into this black female here, and she's one that I love a lot of things about. You know, she's got that performance, she's got that capacity, and she's got the length of body. I think when we start analyzing her in terms of that front third, moving ahead of the shoulder, we end up with a little bit coarser shoulder going into just a slightly plainer front end that I'd like to just elevate out of the shoulder and extend out moving towards the skull. But overall, a really nice, solid female here. Young gentleman with the white heifer here, I think this is a female that has a bright future for him. She's down to the ground. I'd like to see her with a little more set to her leg in terms of being just a slightly straighter hawk and a little straighter in her hooks and pins as she tends to round out in that rump. Really, those are the 2 big things for me that sat her where she is, but I think that she's got lots of performance. She's really sound at the ground in terms of hoof structure and is a really maternally made female. Round out the class with this Hereford female here, and I think this young lady's done an exceptional job of showing her. For me, this female just sits as a little greener and reads as a little greener than the other females above her. What we're going to give her credit is I think she's sound, she gets out and moves. I mean, it's to her, it is definitely to her benefit to be in that state as she gets out and glides around the ring. So overall, athletic, really nice heifer to round off the class. And thank you to these exhibitors.
And thank you, Judge Trefiak, who I believe I heard use the word conservative in a judging class, which I think is really interesting. Matt, you are my hero. First place honors in that senior heifer first split goes to Casey Adams with Terron Jaybird 64M. The Angus heifer is numbered 703, and she'll advance to our division championship as the first split winner, sponsored by Downhill Simmentals. And also advancing will be Winton Brandel with entry 705, the Red Angus heifer Red BCC Renee 435. So working down your show program on class number 32, you will see that entry number 700 places 5th. Entry 701 is a scratch. Entry 702 places 4th. 703 is our class winner. That's our first place. Entry 704 is removed from competition in this class because that is the reserve grand champion of the open show, so not eligible for the junior show. Entry 705 places second and will also advance, and entry 706 places third. We move now into our second split of the senior yearling heifers, sponsored by the Pet Pad. We have 4 yearling heifers. Well, we have perhaps a few more scratches than we thought. I think that we actually have 709, 10, 11, and 12, all as scratches. Please scratch entries 709, 710, 711, and 712, leaving us with 3 yearling heifers in our The Pet Pad sponsored second split of senior yearling heifers. And folks, we do have a few more exhibitor draws with the following junior exhibitors. Please make your way to the awards table because we have prizes for you. Merritt Waltz, Tayden French, Abigail Milligan, Brielle Sorensen, Tulsa Smith, and Colt Jacobs. Again, would these individuals please make your way to the trophy table? Abigail Milligan, Colt Jacobs, Tayden French, Tulsa Smith, Brielle Sorensen, and Merritt Waltz. We have prizes for you awaiting. Open till 5 o'clock is our concession in the lobby of the rink, and it is coordinated by the Area 5 Baby Boomers. Please help support our Area 5 Baby Boomers, and we really thank them for giving us a great concession at the JAS Classic Cattle Show, presented by UFA Agricultural Community Foundation. And after much deliberation, we'll hear comments from Judge Matthew Trefiak.
Yeah, like you said, there's definitely a lot of deliberation going on in this class. I think that we have 3 really exceptional females out here in their own right. Definitely in terms of this top pairing, I think it just ended up being, what do you want to go for? And for me, I don't think you could switch any of these 3 around depending on the judge, and I don't think you're going to be wrong. But for me, this female here with the yellow tag in front, I think that she's the one that wins most handily because, you know, although she's probably a little too far along in her condition for me personally, I think as a comparison to the female behind her. She's just that touch less, and so it frees her up as she gets to moving around the ring. I think she's got a little more bone and size of hoof underneath her, and so it falls in long and tracks with the power and performance she has. Little coarser shoulder, not quite as pretty fronted, but I don't think it's doing her a detriment because there's so much mass and width and power and performance here on her. We get here to the female in second, who I really, really love. For me, it's just, like I said, a little too far along in the condition, as I think it causes her to pinch up in her spine a bit as she gets out on the move. She's a little finer boned as you start analyzing her from a skeleton perspective, but I think like this is going to be a female with a top grade udder on her. I can already see the teat spacing and the teat size on her, and for this age to have that and be where she is, that makes her truly exceptional. So it was a really hard decision between the two at the top, but so that's why that young gentleman with the straight black heifer is going to lead off. We get into the young gentleman that rounds it out, and I think this is the greenest female in the ring, and that's really to her benefit. She gets out and moves exceptionally well. I think she's got a nicer set to her hawk as compared to the female in front of her, but I just think as we start looking at her, considering how much middle and mass she has, she just gets a little coarser shoulder, doesn't flow quite as nicely into that front third, and just gets a little more, a little less attractive into her skull structure. But overall, super competitive class. Really love these females, and this young gentleman that rounds off the class as much as I talked about those top two is definitely not slouching with that one.
And thanks, Matt. First place honors in this The Pet Pad sponsored second split of our senior yearling heifers goes to Duncan Kieber with KT Haley 4137. The Simmental heifer is entry number 713 and will be advancing as the Pet Pad sponsored class winner to our senior yearling heifer division championship. Cade Rancier is going to be there too with second place in this class, entry number 715, his Simmental heifer RF Scream 4126. And if you're marking your show program, you can mark that 709 was a scratch. So was 710, 711, and 712. Entry 713 placed first, 714 third, and 715 is second. Into our third and final split of the senior yearling heifers, this class sponsored by Rafter D4 Cattle Company. We do have a few scratches here. Entry 718 from Indy Fowler is not eligible since that was our grand champion female of the open show. So we do not have 718, nor do we have 719 or 720. So entry 718 not eligible in this class, entry 719 and 720 scratched, leaving us with the three heifers that remain for Judge Matthew Trefiak. And Matt, your class is complete. Other sponsors include Global Machine and Supply Incorporated, Willow Hills Animal Reboot, Crop Management Network, Ignite Oilfield Services, Foundation Equine, KR Charlet, RME in Camrose, and VBP Plus. Many thanks to our sponsors. Rafter D4 Cattle Company, sponsor of this third and final split of our senior yearlings. And folks, there aren't a whole lot of cows. There's two splits of 2-year-olds and one class of mature females, and then we'll be into grand champions. So folks, please be mindful of the fact things will probably move along quite quickly. Like in this class, where we are already ready for comments from our judge. Ladies and gentlemen, Matthew Trefiak.
We lead off a class here with a straight black female that kind of really hits you hard as she gets in the ring. I just love the shape of her skull. I love how extended she is and how pretty and clean she is into her throat latch down into her brisket. Carrying a little more condition in that brisket for me today, but I'm not going to take that away from her because, like I said, when she gets out of move, she's so sound. She's got just enough flex to the pasterns and has a really good hoof under her. And I think for the mass she has and the capacity that she's carrying in that middle third, it has the right amount of bone as well to go with that. We get into this blaze face female here in second place, and she kind of falls, in type and kind. I think she's extremely extended in through her front end. I think she's nice in through her shoulders and really sound at the ground. When she gets out and moves for me, I think that she just wants to pop her tail head on the move, which kind of just takes away from the overall appeal as she gets around. And I just like to clean her up a little more and through her throat latch. But high performance, big-bodied female here with plenty of bone and a really sound at the ground. Really exceptional in her own right. The young gentleman that rounds out the class, he just got outclassed in terms of volume and power and condition today. But I think that this is a female that is going to go on and do big things for you. She's got great feet underneath her, a really nice teed set, and she's a really pretty heifer, and she's been working beautifully for you out here today. So keep on going, buddy, and thank you for coming out.
And thanks very much to our judge. Our Rafter D4 Cattle Company class winner is Greenwood Lucy 2M, the Black Angus heifer from Dakota Noble, entry 721. She'll be just coming right back in for our senior yearling championship, and so will Shea Noble's Black Gold Lindgren Minnesota 4M, the Simmental heifer, entry number 722, placing second in this class. If you're marking a show program on class number 34, entry 718 not eligible to compete in this class. Entry 719 a scratch. Entry 720 also a scratch. Entry 721 is first, 722 second, and entry 723 is third. So as they come back in now, folks, this is our champion senior yearling class sponsored by Downhill Simmental. And we have our top two from the preceding classes. From our first split, our class winner is Tehran Jaybird 64M, the Angus heifer. Entry 703 from Casey Adams was our class winner. Second place in that class, the Red Angus from Winton Brandel, Red BCC Renee 435, entry 705 in your show program. From our second class, it was a Simmental sweep. All three of the contenders in that class were Simmental heifers, and our class winner was entry 713, Duncan Keeber, with KT Haley 4137. In second place, Cade Rancier with his RF Scream 4126, entry 715. And then from the class that just completed, the Noble Girls came out on top with a Black Angus and a Simmental. Greenwood Lucy 2M for Dakota, our class winner, entry 721, and entry 722 from Shea, the Simmental heifer Black Gold Lindgren Minnesota 4M. This is our senior yearling heifer championship sponsored by Downhill Simmental. After this class, we will move into the Phillips family, the K.R. Charlet family sponsored champion yearling heifer drive, where our junior, intermediate, and whoever is determined here to be the senior champion in reserve will come back in to determine which two heifers represent all the 2024 born yearlings in our grand champion female drive. This is, however, our senior yearling championship. And we're ready with comments from our judge on his senior yearling championship.
I think here in this division, and as well as some of the ones that I've sent back to the stalls, is a real good group of females that are going to be cornerstone cattle and go out and make an impact here in the industry in definitely a couple of years' times. With that being said, I think there's two females out here that are what I'm looking for in terms of sitting at enough condition and performance, not having it inhibit how they're moving, as well as just having the look of being a future cornerstone real maternal-based cow. And with that, I'm going to select those two, and congratulations to the rest.
And thank you, Matt. Looking now for our Downhill Simmental sponsored champion and reserve champion senior yearling heifers. And it is going to be from split number 3, Dakota Noble's Greenwood Lucy 2M. The Black Angus heifer is our senior champion, senior yearling champion. Congratulations, Dakota Noble. You have our senior yearling champion. And our reserve goes to the first split, Casey Adams with Taron Jaybird 64M. The Angus heifer entry 703 is our reserve. So our downhill Simmental sponsored champion and reserve champion senior females, Dakota Nobles Greenwood Lucy 2M entry 721 is our champion. Our reserve Taron Jaybird 64M from Casey Adams entry 703 is our reserve. Ladies and gentlemen, next up, our yearling champion, where the juniors, intermediates, and seniors all go against one another. We're going to have the opportunity to see both Dakota Noble and Casey Adams remain in the ring and be joined by our prior champions. And so, folks, here they all come back in. Our junior yearling champion was entry number 673, is entry number 661, Cooper Axton with Campbell's Abigail 4116. This late April heifer is our junior yearling champion. The reserve, entry 673, the Simmental heifer, Boss Lake Ms. L 415M from Brooklyn Bolter. Our champion intermediate yearling is the Simmental heifer from Levi Bygrove, entry number 696, Twin Springs, Miss 69M. And our reserve, Briar Blanchette's SVY TR Ms. Elsie 413M, the Charlet heifer, entry 686. And then our senior yearling champion is Dakota Noble with entry number 721, the Black Angus heifer Greenwood Lucy 2M. An Angus heifer also comes in reserve, senior yearling champion, Taron Jaybird 64M from Casey Adams, recent high school graduate, entry number 703. This is our champion yearling heifer, sponsored by the Phillips family of Wassetna, Alberta's K.R. Charlet. It's taken us a couple of hours to get here, but we're just about to find out who the next pieces of the puzzle are in our Grand Champion Female Drive representing our 2024 born yearlings. And to talk the class, folks, here is Matthew Trefiak.
Well, what a set of females we have out here. A big round of applause for these young exhibitors for bringing them to town and raising just a phenomenal set. I think with these six, I've covered my bases in terms of what I want in these young females. Try not to get too much condition on them for where I'm showing at today. I mean, there's a couple here that make me put my foot in my mouth a little bit in that case, but the ones that, despite that fact, are getting out and moving soundly, and I think are just going to keep coming along. But overall, you know, they're the females with the look, the power, the performance, and just the place to be as a replacement female going forward. A cornerstone, whether it's going to be continuing in the show ring or in the pastures. So with that, I'll select the champion reserve yearling.
Thanks very much, Judge Matt. And Brooklyn, make no mistake, that heifer knows who's boss. Looking now for our champion and reserve champion yearling heifer, sponsored by K.R. Charlet. And it is going to be our senior yearling champion, Dakota Nobles Greenwood Lucy 2M. Entry 721 is our champion yearling heifer. Congratulations, Dakota Noble. Lucy is our top yearling. And we will stick with our senior yearling heifers, and the reserve champion will be entry number 703, Casey Adams with Taron Jaybird 64M. Congratulations, our senior yearling heifers go champion in reserve, entry 721 Dakota Noble with Greenwood Lucy 2M, and entry 703 Casey Adams with Terron Jaybird 64M, champion in reserve, champion from K.R. Charlet. We move now into the first of two splits of 2-year-old cow-calf pairs. We expect 6 pairs into our first split in a class that is sponsored by FCC. And there are 6 cow-calf pairs in your show program, 6 in the ring. Judge Matthew Trefiak, your class is complete. Our judge for the junior show this afternoon is Matthew Trefiak from Edgerton, Alberta, where he and his family own and operate MJT Cattle Company. Matt obtained his bachelor's degree in animal science as a Loran Scholar at the University of Saskatchewan before returning home to blend formal education with real-world experience. MJT currently runs approximately 450 purebred cow-calf pairs consisting of Premier, Hereford, Black Angus, and Charlet genetics. Having grown up in and around various show and sale rings, Matt has instilled a passion for the industry and people in Matt. On top of successfully campaigning their own cattle across North America, Matthew has sorted multiple national shows, including at Farm Fair International, Canadian Western Agribition, and Congreso de las Estrellas in Mexico. He will also be one of the producers representing Canada in the World Hereford Conference Young Breeders Competition this fall. MJT hosts their bull sale the second Saturday of February at the ranch and always has an open spot at the table any time of year for a visit or tour. MJT is a multi-generational operation. Matt's grandparents were actually named the Young Farmers of Alberta back in the 1980s, and his dad I considered to be one of the most outstanding judges and 4-H'ers if you go back into the early and mid 1990s. It's maybe kind of unusual to consider Matt's dad to be an outstanding former junior when he's 30 years removed from that, but in my mind, he's still a young buck. And that makes Matt a baby, but a baby with an extraordinary penchant for evaluating and breeding some of the best that Canada is known for in terms of seed stock production. we're very proud to have as our open show judge, Matt Trefiak, at our JAS Classic Cattle Show presented by UFA Agricultural Community Foundation Junior Show. It's kind of like a homecoming. Our first split of 2-year-old pairs is sponsored by FCC. And we want to acknowledge another quarter of our sponsors: Wolf Midstream, Wayne Building Products, Downhill Simmental, Rio Grande Angus, Fort Saskatchewan 4-H Beef Club, Reed's Custom Farming, ABP Central Zone, and the Lloydminster Pet Pad. We also want to thank the Ardrossan grads for hosting the free pancake breakfast that was supplied this morning from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. And thank the Fort Saskatchewan 4-H Club members, our Josephburg Agricultural Society directors and their families, and Strathcona County employees for our setting up of the Moyer Rec Center for our JAS Classic. Our teardown crew will also be Fort Saskatchewan 4-H Club members, Strathcona County employees, and the random team players who stay to the very end. Of course, Fort Saskatchewan having their 4-H Achievement Day in here on Monday. And as we move into the production units, the first of our 3 classes of cow-calf pairs, the first of 2 splits of 2-year-olds, here is Judge Trefiak talking the production units.
Well, it's always fun to get into the production cattle, like you said, Rob. I think in front of us we have kind of a set of females that really show, how important it is and have a lot of great traits to them. There's not one out here that I think is wrong and isn't doing a wicked good job. It's just turning into what degree they're doing that at. I think we lead off with this mismatched color pair here. This is a red female and set that I think really pairs up nice. I think when we talk about, producing a calf that's either a cookie cutter or better than the dam, This is a young set that's really going out and doing that. I love her forerudder attachment and how much the size of her teats and the spacing of them. She's really good at the ground in terms of hoof structure and when she gets out and moves, plus has all that middle capacity. And I think the heifer in front of her is one that is exceptional in the same ways of being extended through the front end, maternal inner skull structure, wide topped and deep enough bodied for her age. So a really nice set to lead us off. And I think as we start talking about things like the foundations of udder structure and foot quality, we really want to fall onto this black pair here. I think the female's truly exceptional in that aspect. She's really maternal and super pretty in her front end. It ties really nice into her shoulder, and she lays that scapula in so nice and flat. And when we talk about a wedge shape, she's really got that, and the depth, the capacity, and a really great forerudder attachment and teat size. I'm assuming the calf's probably a little younger, but I would just like to see a little more performance and jam in the bull calf at this point with that cow on it to take the top spot. We get into this tan cow here, and I think she's one that's super competitive in her own right. This is the definition of a working cow. She's got lots of milk, good, nice teat size. I'd maybe like to space them out and even out the quarter for being super picky. Really great foot on her. I love that about her. So when we come to the foundation, she's got it. Just not quite as refined in her skull structure and extended in through her neck as the females in front of her. But she's also doing a great job on that little calf in front of her. I mean, he's a whopper, so really great pair that way. But again, just teat spacing for me and just to tighten up the suspension. The black pair here, I think, is one that's you gave the young gentleman a bit of a time to deal with, but he's got her under control, and I think she's really good in terms of how much mass capacity and how balanced she is. You read her on the profile from front to back, and she transitions so smoothly from one spot into the other. If we could, just like to tighten her up at the top of her shoulder, pretty her up in terms of how she comes out of the top of that shoulder and going into her neck and head. And maybe just prop her up on a touch more heel as we get out there. But that calf in front of her is a really nice, solid calf, and so she's doing her job. I don't think there's any detriment, and she's going to have a really cool production history in front of her, I think. So kudos to you, young man, for having a great set here. We get into the red and white female here, and this is a female that she's doing a heck of a job. I really like the bull calf in front of her. He's stout, he's thick. When we get into the female, I think that, she's probably a little more moderate than some of the ones ahead of her, definitely bigger than some of them as well. So she's kind of sitting right in the middle. For me, it's the throat latch and in through the brisket, which I know is kind of more of a likely breed character for her. But as we start comparing to them to the front, I just like to pretty her up and clean her up into that brisket in front end and maybe tighten up her suspension here and her udder. But if you're going to raise a calf like that, you need milk, and she's got it. Round out the class with this baldy cow here, and I think this is a cow that's just a little greener than the rest above her. Super long-bodied, big-hipped, really sound, lots of bones, and I think that the calf that she's got here is following in type kind that way. Again, a little more condition and performance on her and a touch more heel, and I think we can compete with the top ones there as well. So nice set of cows to start us off with that division.
And thanks very much, Judge Trefiak. First place in this FCC-sponsored 2-year-old split number 1 class is Moe's Paprika 303L with TLSA Cayenne, the heifer calf at side. Entry 729 for Tulsa Smith. We'll be seeing Tulsa and Paprika and Cayenne back in our 2-year-old division championship. But right now she leads off as first place in our class number 37. Second place will also advance, and that's Gina Sobkow with Baby Jane and Blue. Entry 728 is second in class. In your show program, working down the program on class number 37, you'll find that entry 725 places fourth, 726 is third, 727 is sixth in class, 728 is second, 729 first, and 730 fifth in class. We will be having a division championship after our split number 2 that should bring 5 pairs into the ring in a class sponsored by Wolf Midstream. And you can scratch entry number 736 from this second split. Please scratch entry number 736. And would the following juniors please make their way to the awards table, because we have draw prizes for you. Rylan Harder, Indy Fowler, Emily Richards, Gage Hansen, Owen Walgenbach, and Shay Noble. Again, that's Gage Hansen, Emily Richards, Owen Walgenbach, Indy Fowler, Rylan Harder, and Shay Noble. We do have prizes for you at the awards table. Draw prizes. And please also scratch entry number 732 from our second split of 2-year-olds. That's 732 and 736. Please scratch. Again, our sponsor on this second split of 2-year-olds is Wolf Midstream. Our next class will be the champion 2-year-old pair class. Our senior showmanship judge has determined what their final class is going to be, and it's going to be 11 finalists. Shay Noble, Dakota Noble, and Cade Rancier have qualified to join Max Burris, Riley Borson, Tavian Yoder, Cheyenne Jacobson, Bryn Yoder, Levi Bygrove, Jaron Lehman, and Winton Brandel. Those are the 11 seniors who have qualified for the Crop Management Network and Stephen Teresa Raminski Angus sponsored Senior Showmanship Finals. Those 11 names again are, in order of qualifying, Max Burris, Riley Borson, Tavy Yoder, Cheyenne Jacobson, Bryn Yoder, Levi Bygrove, Jaron Lehman, Winton Brandel, Shane Noble, Dakota Noble, and Cade Rancier. And one more person who has qualified for intermediate showman finals is Abby Rancier. So at this point, Heidi Pass, Kaylin Eaton, Quinn Hagel, Aubrey Fraser, and Abby Rancier have qualified for junior showmanship, and those are the finalists. And our junior showman finalists, Tulsa Smith, Briar Blanchette, Briggs Blanchette, Gracie Borson, and Brooklyn Bolter. So we have a class of 5 junior showmen, a class of 5 intermediate showmen, and a class of 11 senior showmen. Congratulations to all of our qualifiers. And our placings are done on our second split of 2-year-olds, sponsored by Wolf Midstream. To tell us all about it, our junior show judge, Matthew Trefiak.
We lead off the class here with a female that I think is really exceptional in terms of her phenotype. I think when you're looking at that elite level cow that combines functionality and in terms of pasture and show ring performance, you know, she's probably where we're at there. She's got lots of bone, a really great solid foot under her, and I love the set and angle to her hock as we move up into her hip, but it's about the same in terms of how level she is and how she ties in the tail head there. Started going towards the front end. She pops up a little in her loin even when she's on the move, and part of that I think is just she's a little touch weaker just right in the center of her spine, but overall I don't think it's a detriment to her. To get a female with this much mass capacity in the center, you tend to have that happen, but I think as we look at the maternal characteristics and udder attachment and this foundation, she's got all of that in abundance. The calf in front of her, you know, for her its age, maybe like to see just a touch more performance, but I think it's also going to follow in type and kind with this mom, and especially as you get a bit more feed and time into it, you know, she's got that big middle, that really pretty front end, and lots of width over top. So a really good pair to lead us off. This young lady's pair here that falls off in second, I really like this cow in terms of her udder suspension. I'd like to tighten it up, but I like the spacing and teats on it and how long-bodied and big-hipped she is and maternal in her end, and through her front end. Now this calf she's got on her, this is a whopper of a calf. So I mean, when it comes to production history and doing it right, you know, that's a real economical type cow that I think is going to do this young lady a lot of good. Same thing kind of goes with this pair that we follow her up with. This is the biggest frame cow in here, and I think she's definitely the highest performance cow, and I do love that about her. You know, she's got a real good foot, sits up nice on her heel. I'd like to, again, tighten up udder suspension, maybe space those teats out a little bit. And I mean, she does have an extra one there, but that's just getting nitpicky. Mostly it comes down to the presence in the front end. And when she gets out on the move, there's some things I definitely like to change there as well. So that's why she's going to sit third, but I think she's doing a whopping job. It's not going to be anything that impedes her in the long run. Just as we stand today in a show ring, that's where we're going. We round off with this young gentleman's female. This young female, I mean, she's got an absolute ripper of a calf in front of her. The muscle expression and maturity in that calf is really impressive for the age. I think she's pretty enough in through her skull and front end. Just like to deepen her out as we deepen her out in through her heart girth, and as we go to her back, really kind of level off that fore-udder attachment and tighten the suspension up for her. And that's where it is for me today is just some things in that udder structure. But overall, I think it's still going to be fine in the long run, and she's just definitely going to be producing some real powerful calves for that young gentleman.
And thanks to our judge. First place and advancing to our championship of the 2-year-olds on behalf of this Wolf Midstream sponsored class is Gracie Borson's KT Cream Soda Simmental, 2-year-old, and CD Cream Soda, the calf at side. Entry 735 is our class winner, and she'll be waiting in the ring to compete in our 2-year-old championship. So will Kylie Bellamy with CEN Pendleton's Whiskey Girl 442L and her calf Bourbon. Entry number 733, second in this second split, sponsored by Wolf Midstream. Entry 731 in your show program places third. 732 is a scratch. 733 places second. 734 is fourth. 735 is first in class. And 736 also a scratch. So our next class is our champion 2-year-old class. Top 2 from this class will advance to our grand champion female class, which is happening imminently, folks. We only have a couple classes before it happens. And this 2-year-old championship is sponsored by the Central Zone of Alberta Beef Producers. Many thanks to ABP Central Zone. As we reintroduce you to our top 2 from our 2 splits of 2-year-old females, the winner of the FCC sponsored split number 1 was Tulsa Smith's pair, Moe's Paprika 303L and TLSA Cayenne, entry number 729, was our class winner. Second place in that class is Baby Jane and Blue from Gina Sobkow, entry 728, placing second in our first split. Wolf Midstream sponsored class winner of split number 2 is Gracie Borson's KT Cream Soda and CD Cream Soda, the heifer calf at side, entry 735. Second place in that class, Kylie Bellamy's entry 733, CEN Pendleton's Whiskey Girl 442L, and Bourbon, the calf at side. This is our champion 2-year-old drive, judged by Matt Trefiak and sponsored by the Alberta Beef Producers, Central Zone. And Matt's ready to comment on his first championship drive of the cow-calf pairs. Folks, here's Matt.
Thanks, Rob. This is the 2-year-old division here, and I think we have some really exceptional females that came out to do it. This is a lot of work that goes into these pairs, so I mean, personally, we don't really show them. I love analyzing them, but I can definitely appreciate just how much work goes into it, so thank you all for bringing them out. I think there's 2 females, well, all these females, but I think there's 2 that rise to the top of this here pretty handily in terms of just kind of following in type and kind and udder structure, foot structure, and having an adequate amount of performance on the calf in front of them. So with that, we're going to go and select our champion in reserve for the 2-year-olds.
Thanks, Judge Trefiak. And those champion and reserve are sponsored by the Alberta Beef Producers Central Zone. And of course, they will be advancing to our grand champion drive to take place after the individual class of mature cows. And it shall be from our second split, Gracie Borson's entry number 735 KT Cream Soda and CD Cream Soda, Our reserve will be Tulsa Smith, entry 729, Moe's Paprika 303L, and TLSA Cayenne. Congratulations, the two Scimitar pairs, winner of our second and our first split in that order, become champion and reserve champion. 2-year-olds sponsored by Alberta Beef Producers, Central Zone. We do have one class remaining, and that's sponsored by Share It and VBP Plus. It is our mature cow class, and it is also a championship. So those 4 pairs are going to come in, and then, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be welcoming our champion heifer calves, yearling heifers, 2-year-olds, and mature cows in our grand champion female class. Only one class removed from right now. And of course, folks, our heifer calf champion is the calf on our reserve 2-year-old champion. So she's the double qualifier in our grand champion class. There are 4 entries in your show book for class number 40 and 4 in the ring. Judge Matt Trefiak, your class is complete. Again, our champion mature pair class sponsored by Share It and VBP Plus. And with the following 6 exhibitors, please make your way to the trophy table. You have a draw prize: Oakland Huber, Cheyenne Jacobson, Natalie Koberstein, Brooklyn Bolter, Maisie Stone, and Abigail Milligan. Again, having won draw prizes, please make your way to the awards table: Brooklyn Bolter, Cheyenne Jacobson, Abigail Milligan, Oakland Huber, Natalie Koberstein, and Maisie Stone. We have tasty treats for you. Immediately following our grand champion female class, we will be moving into our showmanship finals for junior, intermediate, and senior in that order. Our qualified junior showman champion contenders are Tulsa Smith, Briar Blanchette, Briggs Blanchette, Gracie Borson, and Brooklyn Bolter. Our intermediate showmanship finalists are Heidi Pass, Kaylin Eaton, Quinn Hagel, Aubrey Fraser, and Abby Rancier. And our senior showman finals: Max Burris, Riley Borson, Tavy Yoder, Cheyenne Jacobson, Bryn Yoder, Levi Bygrove, Jaron Lehman, Winton Brandel, Shane Noble, Dakota Noble, and Cade Rancier. You are attending the JAS Classic Cattle Show presented by UFA Agricultural Community Foundation, who is proud to stand by and with rural communities. UFA Agricultural Community Foundation is here to provide the support rural communities. The UFA Agriculture Community Foundation is here at the JAS Classic Cattle Show because you're here, working together for the future of agriculture. Some more draw prizes for Tulsa Smith, J.C. Waltz, Winton Brandel, Lily Cheer, Kelsey Hansen, Shelby Serafinchen, Sage Schneider, and Daphne Schaub. Once again, we have draw prizes for Daphne Schaub, Kelsey Hansen, Lily Cheer, Winton Brandel, J.C. Waltz, Tulsa Smith, Selby Serafinchon, and Sage Schneider. Could you please make your way to the trophy table, please? Well, ladies and gentlemen, as he pulls them into place, this is the last pen of fresh cattle for our judge. He's now seen every single female or steer at least once that he's going to see. His next class is his Grand Champion female class, but first off is his announcement of placings and comments on the Sherritt and VB Plus Champion Mature Pair. Folks, here is Judge Matthew Trefiak.
Yeah, this mature division, is really competitive here. I think that we have a really good set of females out here. I think the Baldy pair here that leads it off is really exceptional. I think that female, she's real sound at the ground, has a really nice udder, in terms of suspension, how it's maintaining its youthfulness, and is doing an exceptional job on that March calf. For its days of age, I think that calf's just really something else and follows in type and kind. She's not necessarily the most balanced in terms of carrying condition or in her underline as the one behind her, but I think that, she's based on that calf and the age of it and that udder there, I think that that's where she's going to sit where she is for me. The red female that follows her up, I think that this pair's, very solid in its own right. Again, another cow that really good at the ground and structurally sound. I like her udder as well. I just like to maybe tighten up in suspension a little bit. But teep size and teep placement, is really nice for a female there. Nice big top, a little more balanced than through there. The calf is older, but for me, I think it's just hitting a growthy phase, and so I just like to see a little more depth and middle in it for me to go with the female and pair in front of it. We go to the speckled pair here, and I think the cow's got a really nice udder on her. As she's long and got plenty of width in her. I'd like to see just a touch more condition on the female, but that being said, she's putting a lot of work and energy into this calf because that's a really nice heifer calf at side, and so kudos to you, young lady. But if we could just maybe strengthen her right in behind her shoulders and add a little more condition to her, I think she could be definitely right up there. The female that rounds it off here, I think, is one that stands out on her own right. She's a different breed, one that personally I'm not used to evaluating. And so for me, that makes my job a little tougher. But I think that what she's doing with that calf, I know how young that calf is, that's really exceptional. He's a real stout, sturdy, a great calf, and I think she's doing just an absolute heck of a job on him. In terms of her own right, nice big hip set. I like the angle to her hooks and pins. We could just maybe add a little more rib shape to her and depth and improve her that way to go a little higher, but truly outstanding production record at side there for that mature cow. So a really nice set for this division.
And thank you, Judge Trefiak. First place and our Sherritt and VBP Plus champion mature pair is Tyler Visser with Cypress and Crimson. Entry 741 is our champion mature pair, sponsored by Sherritt and VBP Plus. They'll be remaining in the ring for our Grand Champion female drive to be one of the 4 frontline animals to compete for Grand Champion Female, and she'll be joined by RJY Signature Rainbow 30K and SVR Signature Angel 2N from Ryland Harder, entry number 743, our reserve Sherritt and VBP Plus sponsored champion mature pair. On class number 40, if you're marking a show program, entry number 740 is 4th, 741 is 1st, 742 is 3rd, and 743 is 2nd in class. Well, this is our opportunity now, folks, to be bringing them back, our division champions and reserves. I will introduce you to our reserve heifer calf champion first, since the heifer calf champion is on the reserve 2-year-old champion pair. Our RCOM Technical Services Limited sponsored reserve champion heifer calf is Averly Palanque with entry 638, GAC Zuzana N202. The Gelpfie female is our reserve champion cow yearling heifer. From our yearling divisions, our champions came from the senior section. Entry number 721, Dakota Noble has our champion. Greenwood Lucy, the Black Angus heifer, entry 721, is our downhill scimitar, or KR Charlet sponsored champion yearling heifer. The KR Charlet sponsored champion reserve heifer, entry number 703, Casey Adams with Terron Jaybird 64M. In our 2-year-old division, our champion female, sponsored by Alberta Beef Producer Central Zone, is Gracie Borson's KT Cream Soda and CD Cream Soda, Entry 735, our 2-year-old champion, the reserve 2-year-old champion, still sponsored by ABP Central Zone, is Tulsa Smith with Moe's Paprika 303L. This is entry 729. And TLSA Cayenne, who is also the champion heifer calf, sponsored by Arcom Technical Services Limited. And then our champion mature pair, sponsored by Sherritt and VBP Plus, is Cypress and Crimson, entry 741 from Tyler Visser, and the reserve, still sponsored by Sherritt and VBP Plus, RJY Signature Rainbow 30K and SFR Signature Angel 2N, entry 743 from Rylan Harder. This is our Grand Champion female class, sponsored by KR Charlet, again the Phillips family at Wasetna, and Downhill Simmental. Many thanks to KR Charlet and Downhill Simmental as we look at our champions from the heifer calf, yearling, 2-year-old, and mature cow divisions. And we're ready with comments on the Grand Champion female class from Judge Matt Trefiak. Folks, this is the last time Matt will be speaking, I believe, as this is his Grand Champion female class, his ultimate class of the day, for being an outstanding judge and for coming back as a not that far removed junior and still very, very involved with junior programs. We're very fortunate and honored to have had Matt Trefiak. Just before he goes to make comments, let's please put our hands together for Edgerton's pride and joy, Matthew Trefiak.
Well, thanks for the kind words there, Rob. You always know how to make a guy blush, so I do appreciate that. With that being said, I think the bigger round of applause goes to all the exhibitors who came out today, as well as the parents that got them here. So give yourselves all a pat on the back and round of applause. Now, again, like Rob said, I'm not that far removed from this program, but truly, I mean, it's always been a passion of mine, and my favorite part of it all is to evaluate cattle in our own herd as well as a ring. And so it's a huge honor and privilege to be here in front of you all today, and definitely appreciate you affording me the luxury of being able to flap my gums and give my reasonings and evaluate your cattle. With that being said, thank you to you all for getting here, for putting in the work. I know how hard it is to even do these junior shows to the parents. Definitely doesn't go unnoticed, and I think a little more now than ever. Today, I definitely am very grateful for the team we have at home and my own parents for getting me through here to do this, to be able to do this and live this life and pursue this passion. So with that being said, speaking of maternal and parental perfection, I guess, which I definitely will only hope to be as good as my own, but these females here, I think, have all the makings of what it's going to be, great foundation females. I think we can follow along with what I wanted for the most part, and if you didn't, I hope you can understand it when I spoke them. But we're looking at things like the foundations of foot structure and quality. I want them to see them get out and move, they need to be flexible on those joints to the right amount and really just have the performance and power and width while maintaining the prettiness and maternal structure and through that front end that really goes into a top-tier female. With that being said, thank you again from the bottom of my heart. And it's definitely not about the cattle, this is about the juniors. And so with that being said, let me go and select you your champion and reserve champion female.
And thanks very much, Matt. Looking for our KR Charlet and Downhill Simmental's Grand and Reserve Grand Champion female. They'll be heading off for photos, and we'll move into our junior showmanship finals. And our champion 2-year-old will be our Grand Champion female, entry 735, Gracie Borsons, KT Cream Soda and CD Cream Soda. The cow with her heifer calf from the 2-year-old division receives our Grand Champion Award, sponsored by KR Charlet and Downhill Simmental. Congratulations, Gracie Borson. And our reserve champion, the Angus Heifer from Dakota Noble, entry 721, our yearling champion. Greenwood Lucy 2M, the Black Angus Heifer from Lloydminster's Dakota Noble, entry 721 is our reserve grand champion, sponsored by KR Charlet and Downhill Scimitals. So entry number 735 from our 2-year-old division is our grand champion. Entry 721 from our yearlings is our reserve. Congratulations to Gracie Borson and Dakota Noble, reigning grand and reserve grand champion of our 2025 Classic Cattle Show, presented by UFA Agricultural Community Foundation. As they head off to have pictures taken with young Matthew, we will be looking now to our Crop Management Network and Fountain Tire at Fort Saskatchewan sponsored Junior Showmanship Finals as they come into the ring. Junior Showmanship is up next. Is that? The following draw prizes have been awarded to Shaylee Yunk, Averly Palanque, Dakota Noble, Cade Rancier, Haley Walgenbach, Emily Skippen, Delta Hippie, Abby Mullen, and Sage Schneider. Would those individuals please find your way to the trophy table, please? That's Emily Skippen, Delta Hippie, Abby Mullen, Sage Schneider, Haley Walgenbach, Cade Rancier, Dakota Noble, and Averly Palanque, and Shaylee Yunk. As well, would the following juniors please make your way to the trophy table? Carter Vermette, Briggs Blanchette, Natalie Koberstein, Duncan Kieber, Austin Palanque, Carter Vermette, Kaylin Eaton, Abby Rancier, Tacey French, Jaron Lehman, and Jenna Sobkow. Would these juniors please make your way to the trophy table? Austin Palanque, Kaylin Eaton, Abby Rancier, Gina Sobkow, Jaron Lehman, Tacey French, Carter Vermette, Duncan Kieber, Natalie Koberstein, Briggs Blanchette, and Carter Vermette. And there will only be 4 juniors competing in our Junior Showmanship Finals. Brooklyn Bolter, who won the Mighty Mites, won't be competing for the Junior Showmanship Finals, sponsored by Crop Management Network and Fountain Tire, Fort Saskatchewan. And our final 5 draw prizes have been won by Tyler Visser, Quinn Hagel, Madison Goodfellow, Casey Adams, and Ava Mosher. If these exhibitors would please make your way to the trophy table, please. Madison Goodfellow, Ava Mosher, Tyler Visser, Casey Adams, and Quinn Hagel, we have prizes for you. The final ones of 2025. Well, color me foolish. Since Matt Trefiak has been the showmanship judge over the course of the day, he will continue in our ring as our adjudicator for junior, intermediate, and senior showmanship, and you'll get to hear from him 3 more times, ladies and gentlemen. So coming into the ring now is our junior showmanship finals, featuring Tulsa Smith, Briar Blanchette, Briggs Blanchette, and Gracie Borson, our 4 finalists vying for the top 5 showmanship banners, sponsored by Crop Management Network and Fountain Tire at Fort Saskatchewan. Many thanks to Crop Management Network and Fountain Tire, and our 4 finalists representing Outstanding Junior Showman. We do want to thank 7D Media, Tia Schramm and her team, including Miss Gregoire, for being our official show photographers. Reese Wildman and Jill Wildman, who judged our open show, and Reese having been here from early morning judging the 4-H shows. The Area 5 baby boomers that run our concession, and the Ardrossan grads providing the hosting of our free pancake breakfast in the Moyer Hall earlier this morning. And of course, the mix of Fort Saskatchewan 4-H club members, Josephburg Agricultural Society directors and their families, and Strathcona County employees for the setup, and most of those same people involved in the teardown that'll happen after the Fort Saskatchewan 4-H Club's Achievement Day on Monday. We appreciate all of your volunteer time to help put the Moyer Center together in an optimal way for the last JAS Classic Cattle Show here in the Moyer Rec Center. Next year, we're in the new facility as the McPherson girls' dream of decades comes to fruition. This show's a big part of that dream. But folks, when we're in the new facility, that's the pinnacle of their dream. This is our Junior Showmanship Finals, sponsored by Crop Management Network and Fountain Tire, Fort Saskatchewan. It's a tough job, Matt, but somebody's got to do it. Our final group of sponsors we want to recognize for their commitment to this event in 2025 include Twine Design and Graphics, S&T Raminsky Angus, Donovan and Kim Moore, Rasilvia Cattle Company, that's the Pashulka family at Derwent, Alberta, Tandem T Farms, Interpipeline, and MCK Farms. What a great group of volunteers that make up the hard work of this show, and an amazing group of sponsors that help give away the prizes. And ladies and gentlemen, we're ready for comments on his Crop Management Network and Fountain Tire Saskatchewan Junior Showmanship Championship, an outstanding showman himself, ladies and gentlemen, Judge Trefiak.
Thanks, Rob. Showmanship's always the hardest part of the show for me. I think it's the one where you end up getting the most nitpicky, definitely, at the end of the day. And it's always the one that's probably toughest because I feel watching this class that most of these junior members out here are likely already better show people than I am. And so it's truly exceptional to see how the competitions just continue to increase and the skill level of these youth. As we get into the juniors, my biggest thing is always spacing and doing your best to make sure that animal sets up off the walk-in. We get down into it later as I start walking around and evaluating. It's obviously the shift as the judge is moving around and paying attention to where they are at all times in case you miss getting called out. Especially because I know personally as a judge, I often don't talk and tell someone and cue them to pull out. So if you miss my cue when I go and point and beckon you in, you miss that. And similarly, we have a young gentleman here that is going to, I believe I'm placing these all the way through because there's banners, but the young gentleman is actually going to round out the class is simply just because when I cued the animal in front of you, you didn't move ahead to fill in that spot. So I just want you to know why, because you're an absolutely exceptional showman otherwise. And so just for that reason, you'll round out showmanship. He'll be, third place is going to be the young lady with the cow at the end. This black and white steer is going to be second, and first place is going to be the young lady in the blue at the front.
Matt? So, ladies and gentlemen, full placings on junior showmanship. Briar Blanchette is our Crop Management Network and Fountain Tire Fort Saskatchewan champion showman. Congratulations, Briar Blanchette. Our reserve champion showman, sponsored by Crop Management Network, Fountain Tire Fort Saskatchewan, is Gracie Borson. Getting the third place banner is Tulsa Smith, and in fourth place, Briggs Blanchette. And as our judge indicated, all 4 are outstanding showmen. I can tell you a couple of them were at the top of the showmanship heap last weekend at Lazy RC Ranch at Beachy, Saskatchewan in the Cody Sibbald Memorial Classic. Moving into the ring now, the Prairie Cove Charlet Bullock family and Alberta Beef Producers sponsored intermediate showmanship finals. We are looking for, oh, it looks like we have a scratch in Kaylin Eaton. Kaylin Eaton has scratched, leaving us with Heidi Pass, Quinn Hagel, Aubrey Fraser, and Abby Rancier. This is our Prairie Cove Charlet, the Bullock family of Alex, Alberta, and the Alberta Beef Producers Intermediate Showmanship Finals. We do also want to thank our official photographer, Tia Shrem, and her crew, Nikki Ross of DLMS, for providing the live streaming. Our social media guru, Chelsea Mashmeyer. Our show day clerks, Mel Fluker and Shelley Smith, up here on the announcer stand, and working at our prize table, Leah Appleman and Sean Yanchuk. Our prize runner, Addison Appleman. Our pancake breakfast was run by Rhonda and Pete Bothwell, in addition to the Ardrossan grads, and of course our concession that is still open from the Area 5 seniors and baby boomers, Brenda Jossie and Trudy Cadence. Our show office assistants have been Chelsea Mashmeyer and Robin McPherson, and Wayne Fluker, our weigh scale operator. Our hotshot serviceman is Paul Smith, and our equipment operators, Keith Hull, Reed McPherson, Garrett McPherson, and Strathcona County staff. Many thanks to these volunteers who have truly helped to be the village that makes the show happen. There's another gentleman whose name I haven't said, who's been running around here all day long, and he might just be the person furthest away from home. It would be Ardell's nephew and Tatum's cousin, Cale Place, all the way from Fort Macleod, Alberta. The tall drink of water with the fuzzy gray beard, who I still think of as a junior. He was the provincial judging champion back in the mid-1990s. Placed second one year, wanted the opportunity to come back and vie to be the best. The big gamble paid off. The next year he became the provincial champion judge. And we're ready with comments from Judge Matt Trefiak on his Intermediate Showman Championship.
Yeah, I mean, it's super competitive, this showmanship deal. I think there's not a one of you that under someone else's eye wouldn't do place any different here than I had you today. I think that you can just interchange each of you, depending on the moment I caught you. Intermediate things that I talked in the juniors about the spacing, and really as we start getting into this age category, it becomes even more important. And it's not just a safety thing in terms of kicking, or I mean, we've seen how some of these animals just get grumpy by the end of the day, but it's definitely to allow me the best opportunity to get around and evaluate your animal as well. And don't be afraid to reposition, even if it looks like I'm coming. I think it's better for you to get around and reposition and set up that animal properly how you want, with enough space for me to properly analyze them, than it is to be scared to move it because I'm there. And that's just a personal preference myself, but I think that goes a lot further instead of me trying to squeeze in between an animal to try and look at it. So for that reasons, I'm gonna leave him how we stand here right now, first to this end and then rounding off at the back here.
And thanks very much, Matt. So our Prairie Cove Charlet and Alberta Beef Producers Champion Intermediate Showman is Abby Rancier. Congratulations, Abby. You are the champion. And our Prairie Cove Charlet and Alberta Beef Producers Reserve Champion Intermediate Showman is Quinn Hagel. In third place is Heidi Pass, and in fourth place, Aubrey Fraser. All four of you get banners. That's why we actually place the showmanship finals, first through final place, so you all get to take a banner home, which is really cool. The top 5 showmanship banners sponsored by Ardrossan Rec and Egg Society. And this brings us to our final class of the day, the Senior Showmanship Finals, sponsored by Crop Management Network and Steve and Teresa Rominski Angus. We have 11 that qualified for these finals. We'll see if they all show up. It's very rare to scratch from a showmanship finals that you've qualified for. So I expect they'll all be here, but we'll soon see. Again, our Senior Showmanship Finals sponsored by Crop Management Network and Steve and Teresa Rominski Angus. So folks, we do have a couple of scratches from our Senior Showmanship Finals. Please scratch Cheyenne Jacobson and Levi Bygrove. Please scratch Cheyenne Jacobson and Levi Bygrove, leaving us with 9 outstanding Senior Showmanship showmen for our judge, Matt Trefiak, to evaluate and adjudicate. Okay, Cheyenne Jacobson is in the ring. It's Tavy Yoder who is the scratch. Tavy Yoder is a scratch. Cheyenne Jacobson is in the ring. My glasses need a new prescription. And our final group of individuals we want to acknowledge for the hard work they have put into both today and in some of these cases through the whole of the year. Our marshals working out back, whose job is now done with the exception of assisting with getting pictures taken, Cole Dodson, Garrett McPherson, and Brock Mashmeyer have done an incredible job of getting our animals to the ring. We've waited very few times, and almost everyone has been here on time, and that's by the work of these three outstanding volunteers. Our ring staff, Devin Kiziak and Lane Foster, have done an incredible job as well, allowing our youth to stay safe in the ring, as well as the opportunity for them to show off their animals optimally to the judges. Our judges, of course, Reese Wildman and Jill Wildman for the open show, and Reese for the 4-H show, Matt doing our junior show judging. Our show office is run by the executive director of the Ardrossan Agricultural Society, as well as doing the graphics in our show program. That's Ardell McPherson. And of course, our show chair, a young lady who's been doing this almost from the time she was a teenager. I think she was actually the chair when she was still showing. And she puts on, with this incredible group of volunteers that are very dedicated to her, one of the truly best organized junior shows that you will find anywhere in the nation. Many thanks and congratulations to Tatum McPherson, our superhero that brings it all together each and every year here at the Moyer Rec Center. One final time in 2025 and 2026 will be in the new facility, which is the dream that Ardell and Tatum have had for a long, long time. So if you have the opportunity, folks, to all those individuals, give them a pat on the back or a tap on the shoulder to thank them for their efforts making this an outstanding event in 2025. As well, our sponsorship coordinators have done an incredible job. What a great group of sponsors we've had for all the classes and the divisions. This final class now, our senior showmanship, sponsored by Crop Management Network and Steve and Teresa Rominski Angus. When you have the opportunity to be here at the JAS Classic Cattle Show, presented by the UFA Agricultural Community Foundation, you're attending one of the truly great youth beef events in Canada. And Judge Trefiak, just so you know, top 5 is what you're after here. Top 5, you do not have to place the class from 1st through 9th place, only a top 5. Those cool sponsorship banners from the Ardrossan Rec and Egg Society for our top 5 showmen. I would imagine in just a few days, Ms. Schramm and Ms. Gregoire will have our photos up on the website so that you can take a look at the work of 7D Media that spotlights and showcases the work of all of our juniors that have been part of the JAS Classic Cattle Show presented by UFA Agriculture Community Foundation. Many thanks to Ms. Gregoire and Ms. Schramm. If you look at these 9 showmen that Judge Matt Trefiak selected for the Senior Showmanship Finals, and you added up the number of showmanship awards that these 9 individuals have earned in their junior or youth careers, it would be over 100. I'm just doing some quick addition in my head of only the ones I know. from breed shows, from open youth shows, from 4-H shows. Over 100 showmanship championships won by these 9 individuals, every single one of them contributing to that total. These are truly 9 of the best young showmen in our nation today. Perhaps you could say, because we have a pretty advanced show business in Canada, that these are 9 of the best young showmen in the world. And we're ready for comments from our judge on his final class of the day, Senior Showmanship, sponsored by Crop Management Network and Stephen Teresa Raminski Angus. Folks, Judge Trefiak.
Yeah, as we get into the seniors, I think one of the bigger things for me starts being what happens when there's a sudden change in plans, whether that's setting up the ring different. And sometimes as a judge, when I try to set that up, it really works out great. And sometimes when I go to do that, it turns into a bit of chaos. But the beauty of that is that it allows me to kind of watch how these seniors perform under pressure, because there's going to be times where the ringman messes up, where the judge messes up, explaining it to the ringman or to the person coming in the ring, or you just simply didn't understand. And so being able to maintain your cool, not get frustrated with the judge, because I can tell you as a judge, it's never fun having somebody roll their eyes at you, even though you don't disagree. It's just, that's kind of the key for it. How they're set up right now is not the placings. I do like to kind of do it at random. Again, I like to see if people miss cues, and there was a couple missed here in this class here, and so making sure that they're paying attention enough, even while they're setting up, that they're kind of taking a quick evaluation of their animal, going into setting them up, and making that adjustment and checking back in with me, because it could be the difference between a second place and a first place, because maybe your animal was set up really great and then gets into an awkward spot after, and then you go to evaluate and compare. But with that being said, I'm going to start by shaking the hand of my champion and then go down to the 5th place spot.
All right, so Matt is going to go forward and congratulate 5th, 4th, 3rd, his reserve champion, and his champion of the 9 showmen in the ring. So looking first for the banner recipient of 5th. Remember, showman, it ain't over till it's over. In 5th spot, Cheyenne Jacobson. Congratulations. Cheyenne Jacobson is our 5th place senior showman and receives the Ardrossan Rec and Egg Society banner for 5th. And Winton Brandel is going to be 4th. Congratulations, Winton Brandel, our 4th place banner recipient. Bryn Yoder receives the banner for 3rd, courtesy of our Ardrossan Rec and Egg Society. Looking now for our reserve grand champion, getting the banner as well as the prizes from Crop Management Network and Stephen Teresa Raminski Angus. 2 selections remain, our reserve grand champion and our grand champion senior showman. And our reserve grand champion will be Riley Borson. I think perhaps last year was the champion in the winner's circle once again. Riley Borson, our reserve grand champion, senior showman, and Shay Noble will be our grand champion senior showman. Congratulations, Shay Noble, recipient of the Ardrossan Rec and Egg Society banner as the champion senior showman and the Crop Management Network and Stephen Teresa Raminski Angus awards. So congratulations to Shay Noble and Riley Borson, grand and reserve grand champion senior showman. Bryn Yoder coming in 3rd, Winton Brandel in 4th, and Cheyenne Jacobson in 5th. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is all she wrote for our 2025 JAS Classic Cattle Show presented by UFA Agricultural Community Foundation. Many thanks to all of our exhibitors, the parents who got them here, our judges and officials, our volunteers, both prior to the show as well as today. And of course to Tatum McPherson, our leader who truly brings it all together for her leadership and her commitment. Many thanks to everyone. Please have a safe travels home. And as some of our judges pointed out, this may be for some of these heifers and steers one of their earlier shows. All the best with your shows for the remainder of the season. And good luck through the rest of the spring, the rest of your school year, or your summer jobs if you're in college. Of course, pay attention to the 7D Media website. All the pictures of champions as well as the candidates will be available in the coming days. As we do it all again, same time same part of the year, but no longer at the Moyer Rec Center, as next year will be in the new Josephburg Agricultural Society facilities, about a 15-minute drive from here. Josephburg Ag Society, just not Josephburg, and no longer the Moyer Rec Center. But folks, do please hold this place in your heart and in your mind and a little bit in your soul. What great JAS classic events we have had here in the years up to now. Happy trails, folks, and all the best.